England have been labouring. They've played conservatively. The opinion polls don't make good reading, and they appear to have two at number 10. But they're unbeaten and in the quarter-finals. Still got your vote?
Well, it's been quite the day.
Gareth Southgate has announced his squad for the
Do you think this is the boldest Gareth?
Fans, hundreds of journalists, we're delighted with this squad.
He must look at this squad and think, wow.
Welcome. You have entered a world of great wonder and imagination.
Perhaps the expectation matches the capability a little bit more than it has done historically. My job is to protect them.
Welcome to the start of another England adventure.
We've built them up, so we don't have to knock them down.
I'm willing to put my body through whatever to help the country win the tournament.
Critics of Gareth Southgate also, you get ahead, you're playing well, and then it gets a bit defensive, a bit negative.
You know, it's kicking off, usual thing.
Underwhelming? Who cares what we think?
Expectation has risen.
He'll say the victory is the most important thing.
I get about 45 seconds of enjoyment. The whistle blows. I cuddle everybody, I walk off the pitch, and then that's it.
When the pressure was put onto the England team, they didn't respond in a real positive manner.
Advantage England!
How difficult is it to shut out all the noise?
Close it out.
What a hit from Morton!
Close it out. I haven't seen a team that has played 7 perfect games. Close it out.
Where do you start?
Lifeless, tepid performance.
Lacked any sort of direction in my eyes. A time to stay calm.
The players will be aware of the noise.
Life can play on your mind.
The hard facts are they've got 2 results.
Harry's into his 30s now, and he's never really been the
As
quickest.
players, you read stuff.
Everything else is just opinion.
I'm sure they want us to win a major tournament, and building the lads up with confidence would be a much better way of going about it.
How is the mood in the camp?
We've made England fun again, and we've got to be very, very careful that it stays that way.
The jury still will be very much out on how far England are capable of going in this tournament.
It is creating an unusual environment to operate in. I've not seen any other team qualify and receive similar.
3.5 minutes of time added have got. Not a single attempt on target.
My Southgate England victory has been put on ice.
We're still here.
1,200 words. You're pressing the delete button.
You're 30 seconds from going home, having to listen to all the rubbish. There was maybe a message to a few people.
Close it out.
We only will succeed if we're together.
England play Switzerland for a place in the semi-finals of Euro 2024. It's a 4th consecutive quarter-final under Gareth Southgate, who reaches 100 matches in charge today. Switzerland beat defending champions Italy 2-0 in the round of 16. They've reached the knockout stages of the last 6 major tournaments, but are yet to make the final 4. And this is how things sit overall. Spain and France already through. Turkey or Netherlands will complete the semi-final lineup this evening. England play the winners of that match if they overcome the Swiss. 3 lines in the studio: Rio Ferdinand, Frank Lampard and Micah Richards. We'll hear from them in just a moment, but first, here is the England team selected by Gareth Southgate. Pickford is in goal for a side showing just 1 change, but as expected, a different formation. Gahey is suspended, so Concert starts alongside Stones and Walker, with a back 3 deployed for the first time since September 2022. Saka moves to left wing-back, a position he played early on in his international career, with the right-footed Trippier switching to his more natural flank. Bellingham and Foden will operate as attacking midfielders, while Captain Kane has 5 goals in 6 knockout games at the Euros. Let's get a word with Phil Foden. He's pitchside with Kelly Summers.
Yeah, good evening, Gary. Welcome to Dusseldorf. Phil, let's firstly take a look at the team. It looks like a change in formation tonight for England. How will that affect things?
Yeah, we changed formation to match what they do, to try and get pressure up the field and try and retain the ball. So, yeah, let's see if it works, and, yeah, looking forward to it.
How will that affect your role within the side? Because it looks like you'll be playing a slightly different position.
Yeah, for me, it'll be more centrally, staying more inside. What I prefer anyway, I like to be in there, so yeah, I think it'll suit me a little bit better today.
I was going to say, will that bring out the best in you and potentially some of England's other players?
Hopefully. It depends on the team in general. If the team plays well, I think the attacking forwards play a lot better as well. So, like I said there, we get the formation right and the press right, it'll give us a lot of confidence, and yeah, we'll play a lot better, I feel.
You said just now that you're doing it to match up Switzerland's formation. They do play a back three. It's something England have said they've struggled with earlier in this tournament. Are you confident that what you've done in training is going to help you be able to break them down? Yeah, extremely confident. Like I said, we've worked hard on it, and in training it's been working really well. So yeah, I'm looking forward today to put the practice into work, and yeah, hopefully we can get rewards from it. You spoke earlier this week and you actually said you feel sorry for the manager with some of the criticism he's getting. It's his 100th match in charge of England tonight. Do you and the players want to win for him? Yeah, I feel like a little bit. We want to win just for him, for the big occasion that it is. So yeah, definitely we want to win for him. Well, best of luck tonight, Phil. Thank you very much.
Quite an interesting interview, that. I mean, hopefully we can find the way to press. There's been a lot of that over this tournament.
I don't mind though, because it's realistic. You know, the know they've not played well up to now. I think what they need to be careful with him going into number 10, which is fine, is his preferred position. But the Swiss play with wing-backs as well. And if you're matching up someone who already know that system, it could be quite difficult.
Yeah. Thoughts on the change of system and personnel, Frank?
Yeah, I understand it. I think when you're a coach, your job is to help your players and get the best out of your best players. Yeah. And I think naturally what this does is give us natural width on both sides, which we've struggled to have. We'll now have that. And you think you're getting now Phil Foden and Jude Bellingham into areas they want to be, better for them, as Phil just said, and also they're closer to Harry Kane, which I think would be better for Harry himself. So I think, considering the opposition they play at, matching up makes it more about me against you in this position. So now you're matching up England players against the Switzerland players, and they're a good team, but I back our players too. OK, Mark Gay's suspended. He's probably been England's best player, I would say, in the tournament so far, but big test then for Ezri Konsa.
Huge night. Huge pressure and responsibility, given the performances of Mark Gay as well. He's just got to build himself into the game and treat it like any other game. It's easier said than done, but your first duel, your first pass, be very assured, be confident. He's been outstanding, I think, for a couple of years now, very consistent. But my big concern, formation and structure-wise, is getting pushed back, not into a 3 but a 5 at the back. If our wing-backs who want to get forward are pushed back into a 5, we've already seen us drop back quite a lot in these games, and I'll be very fearful if that happens in this game. Do
you think the late drama against Slovakia in that Bellingham goal could be the catalyst for a change of kind of fortune and form?
Maybe. I think it's just a confidence. We've all played with players who give you them moments in games where it just turns it. And we always talk about, when we're doing punditry, about they've lost the dressing room. Now, that is just a big moment that could just turn their fortunes. And when you know you're not playing well, but you've got players in the team, Harry Kane who can get you a goal, Bellingham who can get you a goal, Saka as well can get you a goal, Foden as well, you just think, OK, we've not played well, I just want to see pride, I want to see control, and I want to see that confidence that Jude has got as well.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about that Bellingham goal. I mean, it was extraordinary, wasn't it? Where does that sit in the pantheon of iconic England goals, do you think? What would you choose? Frank, what would you go with?
As a 12-year-old boy, David Platt spun and hit that volley, and it was an imprint in my head at the time.
You're trying to make me feel old here, Frank.
I was like, luckily it didn't drop to you, but that technique from the ball coming over your shoulder, and obviously the moment of the goal, the late factor in it, and that was just special. That always stays with me.
You ended up becoming a better version of David Platt, didn't you?
You can say
no
that.
Disrespect.
I didn't do that for England.
Nor did we. Yeah. Mine has to be Michael Owen. I was there, I was on the bench that day. He was a young 18-year-old, and he had the belief that he was going to be the guy to make the difference. But this moment here,
a deep line defender,
young people at this stage, at this time, will never forget that moment because it was such a huge moment, life-changing for that man in the picture.
Obviously, they lost that particular goal.
Same for me as well. Same for me. I will go with that one. Yeah. I remember that moment. It was just.
I'd choose Frank Lampard's long-range effort against Germany. Oh no! Oh no!
Goal line.
England they're a cautious side, aren't they? Can they actually really go all the way, playing the way they have done so far?
Yes, the short answer. I think you see the stats that you look at, well, attacking-wise, it's not great. It doesn't make great reading there. But we have individuals like Mika was saying there that can actually change the game at any point. Harry Kane, one of the best goal scorers of this generation. You've got Jude Bellingham, who is a guy who comes up with magical moments. We haven't played well, but there's no doubt in my mind that we could win this tournament playing the way we have from start to finish.
Switzerland, England's toughest test so far by some way, I would say.
By some way. I think what's so good about them is that they're so fluid within their system. They don't just play... They set up with a 3-4-3, but when they attacking, it almost becomes like a 3 at the back, 2 in midfield and 5 up front. And it's how they can adapt to the positions. Normally when you're up against these sides, the winger stays wide, the midfield stays central, they all rotate, which I'll show you a little bit later on.
Yeah. Ed Sheeran's been with the England squad. Would that give you the shivers?
Gary, you're better than that.
Yeah. He was at your wedding, wasn't he?
He sang at my wedding.
Yeah. Did you
got
ask
that
him to,
man.
or did he just turn up?
No, I'm quite friendly with him. We're good friends. Yeah. Say that, I'm not trying to... I'm his best mate. But we're actually good friends, and he went above and beyond in singing at our wedding. He's a really good, massive England fan. We've seen him out there.
Thanks for the invite, Frank.
Yes. We're still falling out there.
Oh, yes. We're friends though, aren't we?
Yeah. It's not the first time Gareth Southgate has faced Switzerland at a major tournament. He played when the two teams met in the opening game of the group stage at Euro 96. It finished 1-1. Some bloke called Shearer scored. What never happened to him, I wonder.
The first touch by an England team in serious competition for 2.5 years.
He's taken to international football like a duck to water. Pierce! Goes to Neville! Oh, he hit that well. Shearer, shooting chance. Close again. Second Mats. Oh, up the other side of the crossbar. That is a penalty.
Let's have a look at the law of the game, and the law of the game is very clear.
And it's 1-1. And the European Championship opens with a draw.
I'd much prefer not to score an England win.
I mean, everybody's going to be doom and gloom. We're expected to win this game by the public.
Well, Gareth, match number 100 in charge of England. In that time, you've won more knockout matches than all of the managers since 1966 combined. What will be key to adding to that record tonight?
I think resilience. I was watching the games yesterday, and it was a reminder that even teams that have a really clear style of play, possession football like Spain, they were drawn into going long because Germany pressed so well. They picked up 7 or 8 yellow cards. Winning tournaments is about much more than just the style of play. And we've reiterated that point to the players, really.
It does look like a change in formation as well. How will that benefit England?
Well, whatever formation we play, we want to try and get the pressure right on the opposition. So making that as simple as possible with the players we've got, profile of players that we've got. And always then adapting with the ball to try and pose them as many problems as we can.
Ezri Konsa comes in for the suspended Mark Gahey. Why was he the right player to start in his place tonight?
Well, we tracked the players all season. He's performed consistently well. He did really well when he came into the team against Brazil and Belgium. He's got pace. And he's had a fantastic season with Aston Villa, so it's a great opportunity for him.
How will Bukayo Saka's role in the side help the balance of your team, do you feel?
Well, he is a player that works diligently for the team. He's obviously a huge threat in 1-against-1 situations. He provides so much. He's got a goal threat, so he's been a really important player for us for a number of years now.
Do you feel like this formation and this team that you've selected will help get the best out of the attacking players? It's something you're asked so often.
Well, let's see what the formation is first. But look, we're always trying to get the best out of everybody. And I think, generally speaking, over 99 games, we've done that. So today is a brilliant opportunity to get to another semi-final. Team that are playing well, who are full of confidence. So we we can't be giving them the game that they want. And yeah, we're looking forward to that challenge.
Best of luck tonight.
Thank you.
So it's 100 up for Gareth Southgate. Only Alf Ramsey and Walter Winterbottom have taken charge of more games for England. He's also managed the most matches and picked up the most wins at major tournaments. I think on a human level, at least, it would have been demoralising if he'd have got knocked out against Slovakia.
Yeah, it was 30 seconds away from that. But I think we need to respect him from a human level. He's got us to a final, got us to a semi-final. Not only that, but he's brought the squad together. And I remember you guys saying in interviews about the squads of the past, it was maybe Man United players on one side, Chelsea players, Arsenal players on the other side. He's brought everyone together. When we're talking about Southgate, we're not talking about him as a person. No. We're just talking about the tactics, which we think at times he could do a little bit better.
Frank, you've managed what, nearly 200 club games now? Must be quite a lonely place out there on occasions. How different is it to actually being a player?
Yeah, it's different. The different pressures. I would say more pressure. I think you bear more responsibility yourself, and maybe publicly on the outside. And I think that can be challenging because you feel like your biggest effect you can have is through the week, planning for the game plan, the selection. When you actually get there as a player, you feel like you can affect your role on the pitch. When you're the manager, there are things you can affect, but your work is done in the week. So you bear that responsibility, and that can be frustrating at times when you don't see what you're working towards happen on the pitch. So I certainly can feel that can be lonely, especially in tournament football when you're away for a long time. It can become very intense.
We're talking about tactics, and he's obviously given his instructions right there. As a manager, we're sitting here dissecting stuff like we have before in the green room, etc., and here now. How much different is it when you're in the moment to make big decisions about tactics or individuals
in the game itself?
The game, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I think that's a different skill. And the problem as a manager is, I think that England is so magnified that everyone will have opinions on it, and you understand that comes with the territory of the job. But that is obviously one of your skills, to understand the moment where you can use a squad, which is laden with good players and attacking options here, to inject it at the right time, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
England are unbeaten. They're in the quarter-finals, but we've all been quite critical. I think people at home as well, perhaps expected more because of the quality. Is it a bit unfair?
In terms of performance, I don't think so. I think it's been quite, it's been valid. I think anybody who sees the game and understands football to any level would go, well, these players play very much different to where they are playing in England shirts. There's no fluidity or cohesion with this team at the moment, but they are getting results. And I think they've got to flip it within that squad. I've been in squads where we've been criticised. That's with England. We had it.
Well, we all have.
You've got to go, no. We're going to use this as that siege mentality now, and it's going to be us against you, and you're going to actually fire us up to get through and win this and shut you all up. And that's what we want.
We'd love to be shut up.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone at all questions how hard Gareth works. I think some of the questions arise around tactics and stuff. And you've been having a good look at England in and out of possession.
Yeah, it's been very well spoken about. And I think out of possession, we're talking about pressing consistently through here. And I think defending basically is being organised, having discipline about from your organisation, and then in the end sprinting and running. So we've got a good organisation here. We're very compact. The roles are pretty clear, what the midfielders' roles are there and what the fullbacks are. And this clip, I don't mind. There's not a problem being in the low block at times. That's not a problem when you stay compact and you don't jump at the wrong time. Now, this is good at this point. Phil jumps on a trigger pass, a long sideways pass. The problem here is that Kieran Trippier is late to go. He needs to get out there earlier to the wing-back. They're playing against a back three with Denmark. And the biggest thing you do not want to ever give this level of football is that central space. Yeah. If they can play through you and get into areas behind your midfield where they're now facing up your back four, that's the space you've given them there. So we're slightly off. We're off point at that point. Now, this is Slovakia, which is obviously after that. Now, this is a different one where you have to get up the pitch together quickly. That closes the spaces and makes your sprint distances less. But we don't do that. We're quite slow getting up. Now, the pressure up here is fine. What Declan Rice does, he thinks he's going to help because he wants to do it. Probably because they're thinking, we want to get up the pitch. But he ends up going up, and now all of a sudden we're isolated with a 4 against 3 at the back. And that's when you can have problems. And it's almost like, you know, when you're not having a great time, these things happen. 2 go for the same ball, then it drops. Kyle Walker decides he's worried about the player on the side, the runner goes through, and those things are a culmination of just being slightly off with the press, which is what they keep talking about.
So you're pointing at something there. You spotted something else in that clip.
Yeah, I did. I agree with 100% with what Frank's saying there. But sometimes there's individuals within that break it down. And I think Bellingham here, if you watch him here, the 22 plays around him, and I'm going to attach him to him here. And when you're a midfielder, one of the other senior midfielders should be really tutoring him there and saying, listen, you go with him, stay with him. He now has to adjust his position, Declan Rice. That's why he vacates that area that Frank was talking about. And then you see gaps and people having to it's a domino effect of people being out of position. I think with Bellingham there, tactically, off the ball, little details can really affect it. And that's the first time, really, in that game that I saw a 21-year-old, because he's been outrageous in the last few years.
But that's why you need to talk, don't you? The leaders from the back, you can see the game, everything, and that's why you talk to your midfielders.
Typically, a defender is criticising the midfielder.
You ever heard that before?
Never. I heard that voice many a time.
We're helping you become and look better players.
Thank you.
What about when England have the ball? They've struggled.
Yeah, well, they have. And I think our XG's been low. We're not creating chances. And I think when I talk about organisation and structure and discipline, I think when you're in possession, it's more about freedom and movements and rotations. Now, here we're creating a 3 and a 2, and you'll see a lot of top teams do this now at the back end of the pitch. We have a 3 and 2, but the reason for that solid base is to get these attacking players, this 5 across the front line, on the ball, or to disrupt their back line so it's not an easy time for them, so we can try and get those players. Now, this moment here, John Stones, every week I see him play balls into Rodri, he turns and he fires it through into Phil Foden or into Bellingham. Mainu can do that. So maybe there's a tiny confidence issue in tight areas where we're not making those kind of passes. So you go, OK, so now we haven't made that pass. We start to play back on ourselves, and now we become pretty pressable. They're running onto us and we're going backwards, and you can start to see a dejection in the front players, kind of walking, jogging back, like, OK, we're not flowing here. You're not getting the ball into us. So, OK, no problem. We start to look to build again. And now this has been something that we've seen a lot of. This is going out to Kieran Trippier, who's a right back. He doesn't really want to open up and play that ball. It's very easy for Slovakia to understand that. So, OK, we have to come back again. Now we get John Stones on the ball. Now we're back into a similar position. Now, my idea is you turn quickly and open out and use this wide triangle. It's a 3v2. If their defender wants to jump to Jude Bellingham, then Harry Kane should be going, I'm going to threaten that space behind you. That's what I mean about the rotations and different ideas. And then you see something that John Stones doesn't really do week in, week out. So something's not quite clicking there. We come back to a similar idea. Phil Foden's looking for that space. He spoke about wanting to be in there. He's making that run. I like that run, but the reality is we're not going to play that pass at the moment, and that's why maybe the system change will help. But when you look at this, we played. Now I'm looking at, can we hit the sides? Can we open up now? They've covered the middle. They've got 6 players there centrally. Now the side, Saka's one of the best wingers in the world, 1v1. Come and get it and drive. And if you're going to give us width, then it's Mainu now. It's normally Bellingham. Can you run behind and give their back four a problem? And at the minute now we're playing in front, and you can see Kyle Walker with his gestures that he's not happy. I'd like this. Foden makes the run, and now you have taken someone away, disrupt the back four, switch a play, but we don't play it. And that stinks to me of a little bit of like, are we not taking the risks enough? Are we not opening out to give the other team a problem? So we stay on the ball. And again now, so we'll see like a series of slow sort of backwards, sideways passes where you go, we're not threatening. This is easy to defend against. They don't have to do much here, Slovakia, because we're playing in front of them. Now, here you see again, they've blocked the middle. Jude Bellingham's trying to get free. He's finding it hard to get through, and that's my point about trying to hit the sides more, and you see his frustration. But you have to say, OK, we'll keep going, that we're trying to make that run again and push them back. We're standing in their half, which feels like control, but how much control is it? Where's our threat? How are we giving them a problem? And then again here, probably a few too many touches, and you look at this and I go, the space is on the side, clearly. So can Jude pop out onto the side and receive and drive? Can Saka make that run that he makes for Arsenal every week and gives you a real problem? But it's really easy for the Slovakia back four to defend. Everything's in front of them, and now all of a sudden the ball gets turned over. Now you'll see a few things in this clip. This is a disallowed goal. Mainu comes out of the block. It's a small rotation, but it just allows Kyle Walker to step into that space. Now he's hitting Saka, who's half turned so he can go forward. Jude Bellingham makes that run I'm talking about, affecting the fullback and the centre back. And now Harry Kane, one of the best in the world at doing this. We've seen him do it so many times at Spurs. He can do it, he comes short, but he needs runners. And now Phil Foden, rather than being in space, going, I'm going to attack that space. And now we've pulled them on one side. Kieran Trippier, it's not natural for him, but he's up there on the left side, and you end up getting a disallowed goal because it's slightly offside. So that is the positive. Yeah. This team can do that. Just a bit more freedom and rotation.
Trust as well, Frank.
Confidence and trust in each other.
Play the ball to someone who's marked. Like the Spain team are so good in this tournament and stand out. Yeah. Yes, tactically they've got all those things you're saying, but there's trust in individuals to say you're marked, but I'll play it to you because I know it's going to drag people out of position to then play in the spaces you leave. But confidence as well.
Exactly. Jude Bellingham described the Slovakia win as an emotional roller coaster. That was certainly the case for England fans who must have thought their team was coming home.
Welcome
to Gelsenkirchen. England are back to where they started.
A nation holds its breath as England do battle in the knockout stages of the Euros.
No second chances from now until the end.
I'm just worried there about the numbers that they're getting on this left-hand side.
England have looked possibly the weaker side.
We're riding our luck here.
What a chance this is! And Slovakia lead!
Down.
They look perplexed, these England players.
There is a lot of tension on people's faces here.
It's not fluid with England at the moment.
Trippier in, it has to be!
It's offside, mate.
We're running out of ideas.
And it comes from Foden, and it's wide!
Damn to stay for them.
To be fair, it's agonising sitting here.
Still, not a single attempt on target.
And you're leaving early?
Yeah. Only because we don't want to get caught up strong.
Gareth Southgate needs the situation to change.
Well, is it too late?
If they don't win this tournament, he's out. And I think that's...
Helped on, and it's in! Jude Bellingham!
It's in! It's in!
What's scored?
Now you gotta finish it.
From Eza and deflected back in the England were on their way home. Now they're on their way to the quarter-finals of the European Championship.
There's nothing like football, is there? Can you imagine being one of those people who left before the goal? Around 40,000 England fans in Dusseldorf. Let's go back to Kelly, who's with former England international Theo Walcott.
Yes, what a night it was on Sunday, Gary, but we're hoping for a less stressful one here this evening. Theo, welcome along to the team. Good to have you here. Firstly, your reaction to the team that Gareth Southgate's picked tonight.
I'm actually really pleased, to be honest. I feel that it'll be nice and to be a bit more positive. Look, I know we've got a few defensive-minded players, but look, I'm not looking at someone like Bukayo Saka who doesn't want to play fullback. I've been in that position before, being a winger, playing wing-back. And if anything, you're coming onto the ball, you're staying out wide, you're always occupying your fullback. So for me, I feel that's a positive stance, and I feel like England can't get any worse.
Can this get the best out of their attackers? You mentioned Bukayo Saka there, but what about the players in front of him?
I think it's really important as well. We've got to remember we've got two incredible players in Phil Foden and Bellingham, not to get in each other's way as well. Again, my experience, I've played in that 10 position. I'm not a 10, but what I did sort of contribute to the team was making those unselfish runs, and one of them at times has got to make those runs in behind. They can't always just overcrowd that space, and Kane needs to occupy the centre half as well and not sort of get bored in the game and try and get touches. So that's the key where I feel like they would have worked on this week. They have plenty of time to work on it. I know it's been a couple of years since they've actually played it against now a team that have probably doing it the best at this moment in time. And when I say team, they're a team, and we're a bunch of individuals at this moment in time, and we need to become a team, and I feel like today will be.
Balance is something that we talk about a lot with this England side. Do you feel like playing Bukayo Saka? That was excellent timing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Do you feel like playing Bukayo Saka in that wing-back role will give England a bit more balance?
I really do, and what I think was really fascinating today, we're probably going to see the best out of Harry Kane, because, again, I look at the tournament, we've seen a lot of these inverted wingers, and look, I was an old-school winger who'd like to go on the outside and put it into a space for my forward to attack. You're not going to have Kane now. He's going to time his runs to perfection because you've got the balance with the left, and I mean, the guys have just come out here, and you've got, obviously, Trippier, who can distribute the ball to incredible sort of places, so look, I think it's a positive move. I think at times Harry Kane is going to have to, like I say, and you've got Bellingham as well, who's going to make those late runs in. So, look, for me, I'm very positive about today. Look, I've got Gareth Southgate's top on, I think, as well. So, yeah, very, very into it.
How would you sum up the atmosphere and the mood in here? We can hear the Switzerland fans are actually the ones dominating the noise at the moment. But how would you say the England fans that you've seen are feeling?
Well, I was at the Denmark game, and yes, the Denmark fans were incredible. They really were. There's a sense of that again today, but look, you know, I feel like we need to get that connection back with the fans. It's been a bit of disconnect. I feel like today the players, even look at them close hand now, they look very focused. They look like they know what to do today. They got a job. And I mean, look, it's England. It's, you know,
There they are.
Listen to them now. We're going to hear them. They're going to absolutely swarm this place, so I cannot wait.
Leo, thank you so much. Thanks for coming dressed as Gareth as well. I get the feeling, Gary, whatever happens today, these fans won't be leaving early.
I hope they are. 3-0 up. Thanks, Kelly. Here is the Switzerland team news. Sommer is in goal for a side which is unchanged from the win against Italy. Centre-back Rodriguez pushed forward against the Azzurri, having 79 touches, the second highest total for his team. Captain Xhaka has been nursing an injury but plays alongside Bologna trio Ndoye, Freuler and Abisha, who between them have scored or assisted 5 of Switzerland's 7 goals at this tournament. Attacking midfielder Vargas was man of the match in the last game, while striker Embolo scored when the Swiss played England 2 years ago. Switzerland have never reached the semi-finals of either the Euros or World Cup. There is, though, one Swiss star who very rarely found the net but still cleaned up at the major tournaments.
Hello, class of 2024. This is so exciting. You've worked so hard to get here. Effortless is a myth. I say that as someone who has heard that word a lot. Effortless. It all starts with the footwork.
The Swiss are off to a winning start at the Euro.
The truth is, I had to work very hard to make it look easy. I didn't get where I got on pure talent alone. I got there by trying to outwork my opponents.
Shaqiri!
You need a whole arsenal of strength.
That's a good ball, and that's an excellent goal from Dan Ndoye.
Embracing the process.
Nicholas Fulkrug with a goal to finally break Switzerland's resistance.
It's only a point. Keep working and keep competing. Most of the time, it's not about having a gift. It's about having grit. And those are the victories we can be most proud of. Some defeats hurt more than others.
Brother and sister together.
Well, Switzerland had never been this far before. The tears flow now.
Whatever game you play in life, sometimes you're going to lose. You move on, work harder, work smarter. Remember, work smarter. But your success depends on your team, your coaches, even your rivals. Switzerland, never forget this day, and I know you won't either. You've worked so hard to get here. I can't wait to see what you all do next. Play free, go for your shots, try everything, and have fun out there. Congratulations again, class of 2024.
Will it be advantage Switzerland? What are their strengths?
I think they work as a team. They can rotate. They're very flexible, and they're fluid within the system. You see here, they go into a sort of a 3 at the back, 2 in midfield, and 5. But just keep an eye on Abisha's position here, who goes across from the wing-back position into the number 10. You've got Ndoye, Widmer, and Freuler. That's your centre mid. They all trust what each other needs to do. So if one wide, one comes in, and the other one goes in behind. Okay, they recycle the ball. It comes all the way back out to Akanji. And now your centre-half is used to playing centre mid for Man City. Can he find the pass? There's your wing-back, Abisha, in a possible pocket of space, and now he's looked already. He knows exactly where he wants to play the ball and do a finishes off. This one is absolutely brilliant. Down the left-hand side, you've got Rodriguez, centre-back, Abisha, wing-back, and Vargas. What Abisha is going to do here, this was against Scotland. He's going to make the run across, and now the full-back has to drop. The centre-back is looking, so he has to drop. That leaves the space for Vargas, and this is the left of the free centre-half, overlapping on the left-hand side, who puts in a cross. They have numbers, men forward. You've got Widmer at the back. But the most impressive thing for me in this bit is the free bit here, now. You've got Xhaka, Akanji and Shah just for your protection for the counter-attack. And then this is how they dismantled Italy. Again, we've been in that position, Rio, where you might go back. No, it's about being brave on the ball, recycling the ball. Can someone come free and ball comes to the ball, and now it's about rotations. One comes in, gives the ball, one goes wide, and Bowler makes a run. That leaves a space for Freuler. And this team, I've been so impressed with the way they're able to break teams down. Where they're setting a mid-block, they can go into a low block, but they also can press high. And I think for England today, if they want to hurt this team, they've got to put Saka really high, they've got to put Trippier really high as well to leave the freedom for a Bellingham and a Foden in the centre of that pitch.
All right, Yakin, you saw there getting the Swiss fans going. I've watched a lot of Bayer Leverkusen this season. I see a lot of this in this team, and I think Granit Xhaka is a key part of that, as he was for Bayer Leverkusen all season.
Absolutely. I think we know him from his time in the Premier League. Lots of questions about him a few years ago now. And what I like is the character. I think to someone to have sort of not turned their career around, but had this improvement, and now he's an experienced player, and the way that he controls the game, you can see that with the formation. Michael's talking about those things. He's the one who's driving it. He's the one who's like, I'm going to stay and make it a back three and squeeze us up. He knows this system from the season at Leverkusen. He affects people, and he also has become really progressive with his passing. He plays through lines. We talk about taking risks. He's a player that will take calculated risks to play through lines. I think he's an outstanding leader. Full credit to him, and he's obviously their main man, really, in a sense.
There's some players that coach while in the game. He's one of those players that, if there's problems, he identifies them quickly and he finds a solution, whether it's through him or just communicating to somebody else. Adjust yourself, adjust your position. Very vocal, very animated, but very effective with the way he plays.
His replacement at Arsenal, Declan Rice, he's had a great season at Arsenal, but he's found he's struggled a little bit in this tournament, as have most of the England players.
Yeah, I don't know, struggled, but he's not played like he has in an Arsenal shirt, but that's every England player. And we're talking about Declan here. But what I would say is that because his numbers are like that in an England shirt, because the pictures that he's seeing are nowhere near the same type of pictures he sees in an Arsenal shirt. When he's in an Arsenal shirt, he's got players closer to him. There's more of a cohesive unit. There's a real structure and understanding of the way that they play. And he can find people, and the solutions are there. He can play blind almost. England shirt, we've been talking about how the system seems blocked. There's no cohesion in this team. So it's going to make his numbers look very different to opposing teams.
I think Declan's strengths, this physical strength, the way he can drive with the ball. Yeah. Sometimes there are players, I think that they're almost better when they play against better opposition. Kante was one at Chelsea. Always lifted his game because he's got so many attributes. So I think sometimes he had a bit of time on the ball. His attributes today, and hopefully as we progress through the tournament, can be even more important because of his physical power as well.
Mike, it's all slightly negative. Give us some hope. We're making them sound like 1970 Brazil. You found a possible weakness.
Yeah, I just think that down their right-hand side, I've just got a few clips here. And what they do when they're defending, they go really narrow. And if you look at Rodriguez of Circle and Abisha, they don't defend the back post really well. So for England today, they need to get the ball and play it quickly. Again, the ball comes wide. They all go together, they know their roles, but they do allow you to put the ball in the box, which leads, obviously, to a goal. And it happened so many times in the Germany game, this left-hand channel. If you do it quickly, this time it's Rodriguez and Vargas not picking up. But against Scotland, this is what England could do today. We're talking about breaking and playing in between the lines. If our number 10s can get hold of it as soon as possible, and then what they do, they run back within numbers, they get men back, but no problem. But they do leave the space. They're going to cut back on the edge of the box. They've got men in the box. There, of course, it's a little bit lucky, but in terms of what England can do today, I just think that is an area you need to pinpoint.
I wonder what's going through the minds of those England fans. Hope, fear, anticipation. The dream remains very much alive, for now.
Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream. What would you do? Well, first of all, I'm quite sure that most of us would dream all the marvelous things we wanted to happen. we would fulfill all our wishes. But after you've done that for a few months, you might begin to get a little tired of it. And you would say, what about an adventure tonight? In which something terribly exciting and rather dangerous is going to happen. But I'll know I'm dreaming, so it won't be too bad. And I'll wake up if it gets too serious. And then when you've done that for some time, you say, now let's go out a bit further. Let's forget it's a dream and have a real thrill. But you know you'll wake up. After you've done that for a while, you get more and more nerve until you sort of dare yourself as to how far out you can get. And you end up dreaming the sort of life you're living now.
Let's go from one posh accent to another. Alan Shearer. Are you excited, Al?
Oh, I'm so excited, Gary. The atmosphere here in the stadium and beforehand from the Swiss and the England fans has been absolutely sensational. Brilliant.
Thoughts on the changes, particularly of the system?
Yeah, it's no surprise to me because what was going on beforehand clearly wasn't working. He wants a performance from his players. I know that we topped the group and we're unbeaten, but he wants better. And I think going into this system, he'll expect that, particularly with the balance I think we may have on that left-hand side with a natural left footer and getting that ball and open himself up. But there has to be runners ahead when that ball comes into Saka in that position. And of course with the two tens in there, I hope they don't get in their way. But I'm not surprised he's changed the system up and he's looking for a big performance.
Do you think it's really important that England's two wing-backs get high up and not drag back into a five?
I think that's really key. I think that, Switzerland are really strong, particularly down their left-hand side. And I think it's really important that England don't do a lot of the defending and they try and impose themselves on Switzerland, which will be really difficult because they've played this system, they know that system, and it's new for England, but they've had a few days to work on it. But absolutely, that's key.
You've been in and around the England fans today. How's the mood?
Oh, it's sensational. I think they like myself and like everyone, they can't wait for the game. They're all excited, they're in great spirits, they're in great voice, and we can't wait to get started.
Yeah, look forward to handing over to you very shortly, Alan. Have a good one.
Cheers.
From one Geordie to an adopted one, Kieran Trippier's featured in all four of Gareth Southgate's major tournaments. The Newcastle defender hadn't played 90 minutes since February coming into the Euros, but starts a fifth straight game today. He's been speaking to Kelly.
We understand throughout the group we can do so much better.
What a chance this is! And Slovakia lead!
I think we've shown great resilience to come back and win the game.
And it's in!
But of course we know we can perform so much better. I have full belief in all our players and in all our attackers, and goals will come.
They are on their way, but how they got there, I don't know.
There's so many goals in our team.
You've been playing out of position so far. Give us an insight into what that's like for you.
Oh, of course, it's difficult. It's maybe what people don't want to see, but I think my teammates know, the manager know, if I'm called upon, I'll give everything. Of course, the sort of balance to the team is a bit different, but under the circumstances, and if I'm called upon to play left back, I'll do my best. So it's ideal to have a left footer there, but until Luke's back, I'll give everything.
Some people might also forget that you came into this tournament not having played much football for months, and then you're playing out of position as well. How much harder has that been for you? No, it has. The back end of the season's been difficult, about 4 months out, and then not much game time, and then having to play left back and trying to finish the games for my country. It's been difficult, but yeah, I can't complain. I'm representing my country, so if it's right back, left back, or if I'm on the bench, you're always going to get the same out of me. You did have some joy against Slovakia. Are there signs that it is starting to gel? Yeah, and I think in tournament football, every game's difficult, as you've seen throughout the tournament. Slovenia took Portugal to penalties. There's no easy games, and you've always got to respect your opposition.
We can't just go out and expect to beat everybody 3-0, 4-0, but we know we can improve much more.
All of your caps for England have come under Gareth Southgate. What's he done for you as a player?
Gave me the opportunity to represent my country, firstly. I never thought I'd make one cap, never mind over 50, so he's done a lot for me, and it's not just on the pitch, it's off the pitch as well. It's been immense for me personally.
Do you think some of the criticism he gets is unfair?
Yeah, being honest. For what he's done for England since he took charge is nothing but remarkable.
Maybe times are changing. This team is changing things.
To reach a quarter-final, I think, in the last 4 tournaments, I think speaks for itself. He's a great guy, a great man manager, so the criticism for me personally, I think, is unfair. What he's done for England is remarkable.
Everyone wants to see free-flowing, attacking football. Yeah. What style of team do England aspire to be, do you think?
To get people on the edge of the seats, we've got the players to do that. You see the talent in our squad, and Gareth does give us the freedom to do that. It's us players' responsibilities to improve our performances, and we know we can.
Phil Foden said this week, it's up to the players as individuals. Yeah. Now, is it time for the individuals to stand up?
Of course, and Gareth gives us the freedom to press, for players like Phil, Jude to get on the ball, and yeah, Phil's right. I think it's us players to step up, give better performances that we have done, but let's not forget we're still in a quarter-final.
It's interesting, really, isn't it, that Trippier says there that Gareth gives them the freedom to press, but pressing's like a coordinated effort.
Yeah, well, I think they'll be working on training, won't they, on pressing at times. But I think just because of the manager and his style of play, I think it's just embedded in them. If they go goal up, maybe they'll go a little bit deeper. Don't forget, Trippier has been playing left back as well. He's right-footed, so it's been a little bit more difficult for him. I expected him to go up and down. But I was with him at Man City as a young boy. I knew he had everything in his locker. I'm just glad he's getting an opportunity to go and play wing-back, a position that suits him. A little bit disappointed that Trent Alexander-Arnold's not playing, because I think that would suit him.
Particularly as
today.
Walker's there to cover for him.
Exactly that. But let's hope the press can be better within this system.
Yeah, and the Swiss are strong down the left-hand side as well. Jordan Pickford, Rio, obviously you can't question his goalkeeper, and he's never let England down at all. Sometimes at the ball at his feet, though, he's like launching it a lot.
Yeah, I think he's been faultless in an England shirt. He's been tremendous. You need personality and character to play for England and be the goalkeeper between the 6. Big pressure. But look at the stats there. I mean, you don't mind if that is the way that you want to play, and there's a real kind of identity to the way you play football to go long, and I understand that totally. But the clips I'm going to show you now shows there's a little bit, probably not disharmony, maybe the right way of saying it, but the understanding. You've got Gay and Stones, they play like this every single week. Give me the ball. And I think there's a bit of responsibility for them as well. Give me the ball. But look at the gesturing from Stones, telling Gallagher where to go. Gallagher's saying, no, you do it maybe. A little bit of misunderstanding, not really knowing what to do. So, yeah, OK, Jordan goes long. But look at the distance from back to front there. When you're at the good teams, you look at the good teams, they all play with 10, 15, 20 yards between players so they can all find each other, right? The ball turns back over into the goalkeeper's hands again. Surely that's not the plan of action here. There's easy passes on here. They're there, look, your centre-halves are there. Again, I feel they have to be demanding that, but also what's the demand from the coaching staff? Is this what we meant to be going long to Saka, who I wouldn't say is the one you'd identify as being good in the air. Ball turnover again. Here, look, Gay's on against Stone. These are easy balls. Keep possession, maintain possession. You can see Declan there saying, chill, relax. He's gone for the big one to try and get Trippier in there. Doesn't come over, but again, it's a turnover. International football, we've been there. You need to keep the ball. You need to make sure you maintain possession. Sometimes it's your rest period on the ball. Again, and I haven't seen a team come out against us and press us really high like we see in the Premier League. So this shouldn't be difficult to do this. And I think sometimes you just need maybe a trigger, or you need a little telling from the manager, listen, hey, hold on, we can play. This is going to be a long ball to Tony, so I get it. Go to long to Tony, he's good at this. But then the detail on the ball has to be right. If you're going to under-hit this, it makes it almost impossible for a defender. You have to come through the forward and make a foul, and Tony's great at that, so's Kane. But you go long, again, turnover of possession. This guy in an England shirt, like I say, has been, you couldn't say he's been bad in an English shirt, he's been tremendous. But these details maybe separate us from being a team that is out of control in games to actually then controlling a game. He's the starting point of that.
You had him at Everton.
Yeah.
He likes to kick it long.
He does. He's got great range.
But he's capable of playing.
He can play. He can play short for sure. And I think it's just, as Rio spoke very well there, about picking the right moments when there's not high pressure. You can build up the pitch by playing short. We would use it as a weapon. Sometimes he's got great range, like the Tony clip there. You go, well, there's an understanding. This is why we're doing it. But to play long when the team's stretched, just turn up and possession is key at this level.
Yeah. Harry Kane scored a couple of times in the tournament. How about his overall performances?
I wanted to ask you, Gary, if you were in this system, the way England are set up today, how would you be playing?
Well, I've played this system many times for England, and I think the key is that first and foremost you've got to stay as high up the pitch as possibly can. Now, I know Harry likes to go deep, but you've got to, particularly I think in this system, because the danger is for England to get black in a 5. So your striker needs to be as high as he possibly can. Now, in an ideal world, especially when you've got a box of 4 in the middle, you've got to create space for them as a striker. If you go into it, there's even more crowded. So what Harry's got to do is really try and spin. Now, I know this is not really his game. So sometimes, tactically, you could make an argument that someone like Ollie Watkins will be better suited for the way we're playing, because he will make breaks down there, and you can press high, and you can get the team up in the pitch. But I think it's Harry's responsibility to really to stay as high as he can. If he can turn, and I know he can play that way, or he doesn't like to play that way, and he's looked a little bit leggy in this tournament. But I think he's absolutely duty-bound to stay as high as he possibly can.
I think the alternative to that, though, is when you've got 2 10s in there, like a Foden and a Jude, one of those has to run forward if Kane drops.
That's not really their game, is it? They both like to get it on the half-turn. They both like to go at people. I mean, when he was at Tottenham, he had Son, obviously, and even Dele Alli that would run beyond him.
But how hard is it to be disciplined, though, in that role? You're saying to stay high. You know how good he is coming deep.
It's life as a centre-forward, Micah. That's fine if you go deep, but somebody else has got to go high. And that's fine. You can rotate. Rotation's really important.
Yeah, and I think that the flip again of that is that if you're saying to Harry, sacrifice by being that one that keeps us long, but we've got wing-backs in the team, and if we can get up the pitch, you'll be crossing it, and you're one of the best at that.
Before we go out, just want to ask you, Frank, about Jude Bellingham. There's something different about him, isn't there?
Yeah, and we have to embrace it.
Yes.
Because what he's done is unprecedented, going to Real Madrid at his age and performing how he's performed all season, the moments that we've already seen from him that he's created, and we can't sit here and talk about pressure and how players handle it when we don't embrace a lad who goes, I'll handle this and take it all on my shoulders.
How did you deal with that pressure, though, Frank?
At times it was a lot. As a player, we spoke about it a lot. At times in games, I look back at tournaments and you go, you didn't feel like the player you felt playing for your club. Whereas I think with Jude, he's got things to learn, but what he's got is that character that goes, I deserve to be here.
At this moment, it is about pressure and controlling the emotions in these. In the tunnel here, you know and understand what's going on, but you've got loads of your tactical stuff done. You've got all your physical stuff done. Mentally, getting right here. Look at the focus. That's what it's about. Understanding what's ahead, but sticking to what you've been shown and taught in the training ground.
There's a storm. You might hear it at home. Actually, that's here, not where England are playing. Rattling the roof a little bit. Let's hope there's a storm.
Come on, England! Whether you're in the pub at home, having a barbecue, we're all in it together.
It's all time.
Come on, England!
Wouldn't it be lovely at half-time just how great they are?
Exactly.
That's what we want, isn't it?
I just want us to go going up.
Yeah.
And stay on the front foot. I think we can do that today. This is the day, man.
All right, well, how many times have we said it's the hope that kills you? Perhaps a slight lack of hope will do the trick. Who knows? It's England versus Switzerland. Your commentators, Alan Shearer and Guy Mowbray.
Thank you, Gary. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Dusseldorf Arena, down by the banks of the mighty River Rhine, and where England will hope to finally find a little bit of flow to their game after much criticised performances in the competition so far. The counter to the critics is, of course, that Gareth Southgate has once again led England to the quarter-finals of another major tournament. That's 4 in a row, having only got this far in one of the 4 played in prior to his appointment in 2016. To start with on a temporary basis, and now here he is, only the 3rd man to get to 100 games in charge. The national anthems, first of all,
the Swiss Psalm. As you may have seen, the future king, the president of the FA, the Prince of Wales, is in attendance in Dusseldorf. We've heard the word change a lot this week, and Gareth Southgate has stuck with the theme by changing the way England line up to 3 at the back. But in personnel terms, there's only one change. Ezri Konsa in for Mark Gahey, who's serving a one-match ban. It's only Konsa's 6th senior international appearance. Kieran Trippier will play as the right-sided player in the middle four, Bukayo Saka on the left, and that leaves Jude Bellingham and Phil Foden in behind Harry Kane. Kane got the winner from the penalty spot the last time England played Switzerland in March 2022. This could be the last game ever refereed by Daniele Orsato, or might he be in the frame for the final ahead of his retirement at the end of this tournament. He was in charge for England's opener, the 1-0 win against Serbia, and for Switzerland's 1-1 draw with Germany. The Swiss team is the same one that started their last game against Italy. The first time Murat Yakin has named an unchanged side at Euro 2024. So Sylvain Widmer only makes his return from suspension as a sub. The Premier League pair of Fabian Schär and Manuel Akanji, along with Ricardo Rodriguez, well, that's a solid and experienced defence. And then there's two who used to play in England, Remo Freuler for 1 year at Forest, and Granit Xhaka, 7 maybe mixed seasons at Arsenal. But what a leader he now is for his country, and in this country, for Bayer Leverkusen. You've played in them, Alan. I've been lucky enough to attend many of them. Quarter-finals of a major tournament, always something special in the air, but I don't think it's just me, you've already hinted at it. There's even more excitement than ever around this place today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, absolutely. We've been here 4 or 5 hours, haven't we, enjoying the atmosphere that both the England fans and the Swiss fans have been generating all afternoon, and let's hope we can get a game to match this atmosphere.
Left eye of Granit Xhaka is heavily strapped. Has had a little problem in that area which has restricted his training over the last few days, but the Swiss camp insist he is fully fit. Away we go then. England's players carry their nation's hopes into another quarter-final. as their Swiss counterparts look to win one for the very first time. How are the nerves, Alan?
It's a lot easier playing than it is sat watching. Just looking at it, I think Trippier's gone to the left-hand side and Saka's on the right-hand side.
That's how it is to start with. And maybe some changing as the game goes on.
Let's hope that Bellingham piece of magic with the overhead kick that he provided just gives us that spark that England have desperately been looking for.
If a moment like that doesn't give renewed belief, and I don't know what would. Walker trying to get it down the line, gets England a throw-in. 100 games. Only Sir Walter Winterbottom and Sir Alf Ramsey in charge of England more times. Walter Winterbottom drew his 100th, 3-3 against Northern Ireland. Sir Alf Ramsey won his 1-0 against Wales. Kanji. Back to Jan Sommer. Held away from Ezri Konsa, who would have wanted to win his first duel. And Bolo. Bit of backpedaling from Ricardo Rodriguez, the mainstay of the Swiss side for some time.
Those three up top that they've got, and Mbolo, Vargas and Ndoye, are a big part of what this Switzerland team do in terms of the pressing and the energy and the strength and holding the ball up and able to run in behind.
And you're never quite sure which one of them will be where at any given time.
They're very fluid in everything they do. They've got the freedom to go wherever they want. Not afraid to put a shift in either when they have to defend, particularly Ndoye and Vargas.
Ndoye across to Abisha, but that was slightly misjudged, and England get a throw-in in the Switzerland half. Declan Rice, once again partnered in the midfield by Kobbie Mainoo, only 19. Phil Foden took that on the half-turn nicely, finds Saka. Mainoo. Rice. All the chance to find Konsa. It's Foden again. Foden demanding the ball plenty early on. Saka. Just too high. Trippier coming in. Kane was there, of course. A ball into the box.
And wing back to wing back, which is promising, trying to get Trippier into the box.
Well, that Yakin was certainly enjoying the atmosphere pre-match. He was whipping up the Swiss supporters on arrival into the stadium.
Just in terms of Phil Foden, we've got to try and get him into those positions that we just saw 30 seconds ago. We've got to get him in there more often in the 10 role, where he's got his back to goal, and he's very good at that.
Bolo able to come and get that unchallenged. Abisha. Lovely move this from Switzerland, and Konsa has put an end to it. It was Freuler who was trying to continue it.
That's one of their strengths. I mentioned it before the game with Abisha and Rodriguez and Vargas down that left-hand side. A lot of their play, a lot of their good play comes down that side.
Mainoo makes himself available. Walker was immediately followed and penned in by Vargas. Stones. Walker has a safe route back to Pickford. Ezri Konsa tells him exactly where to put it next. Mainu, player of the match in the FA Cup final, and he started the last 22 Premier League games for Manchester United. Used to the big occasion. Foden immediately pounced upon by Vargas. That will be a theme.
Konsa just receiving the ball there a minute ago from Jordan Pickford. He's got to do more of that as well, Pickford, and give the ball to his three centre-halves and start play off from there rather than kicking it long.
It's Bellingham, this is Trippier. Bellingham, Saka with a burst into the box. It was an awkward one for him to get under control, but he has now. Walker. And the flag is up. Kanji got it away.
Don't mind that wonderful run from Saka and a ball to match it, but he's just offside, isn't he? And the assistant's late in flagging, but that's a sign of intent. They've got to get into more positions like that when we talk about forward movement and players running in behind.
Only just offside. Xhaka. Pressure being put on the Swiss defenders as they try to pass out. Sommer's got a bit more time, and he does have a pass on to Xhaka.
One thing they've got to do is got to stop him playing. He was heavily involved in their win against Italy. Controlled everything in the midfield. They can't allow him that amount of space today.
And he's on the ball again. Ndoye, really lively player, and Mainu had to get back and prevent the ball from reaching either Abisha or Embolo. Good work by Kobbie Mainu.
Good work by Ndoye as well down their right-hand side. He went past Trippier with ease. Good job, Mainu was alive.
Really lively player is Dan Ndoye. One of the best finishers of the tournament in the 1-1 draw against Germany. For Rodriguez, and he needed every second of it.
Foden's just trying to get on Xhaka there, isn't he? He's looking for those players to come and support him when he pressed him, rather than let Xhaka control it like he did.
There's Vargas. Walker in his way. Vargas shifted the ball nicely. Konsa's flick. Switzerland have the numbers up there. And the shooting chances on. It was a good crossing opportunity too. Stones with the header away. England under a little bit of pressure here.
I think already after 9 minutes we've seen they're going to be a threat in forward positions. Two occasions already, one down the right and one down the left, where they've got balls in.
Rodriguez. Xhaka. Abisha. Neat little Swiss triangles.
It's where they try and create the overload, and they put so many men in the middle there. And then they leave one out on either side of the wing, and then they suck you into the middle so they can perhaps spray that ball out onto either side, and they do it really, really well with the numbers that get in the middle.
It's Reader. Freuler. Bolo, who got himself back onside. Declan Rice has only briefly got the ball back from him. It is going to be a goal kick now. Might have been just off.
That's what he was looking for, wasn't it, John Stones? They've been a threat already, those three up front for Switzerland.
Pickford does go long this time. Harry Kane's chest off, didn't reach Foden. He's there to block his clubmate Akanji. He was stealing in past Freuler as well. Mainu. Saka. Konsa. Foden in the sunshine.
I think that's a disadvantage of having the right-sided player like Trippier on that left-hand side, where you shift it out there and you're looking for someone to open it up. And every time the ball's gone out there, we've actually come back inside, just very much like what they're doing now, and then trying to shift it over to the right-hand side. If you're going to do it, you've got to do it with pace and then move the Switzerland players around quickly.
Back to Pickford to reset and start again. That was a good ball. Saw Bellingham, found him. Kane. Saka. Gets past Abisha. Walker. Kane, Foden. Once more, Phil Foden on the ball, and 2 touches later, he finds Mainu. Bellingham, 3 in his way, and there was no way through to Trippier.
Wasn't a bad run, you know, from Trippier.
Just raised England's spirits down at the other end of the field, where the bulk of the English support is situated. England's turn to apply a little bit of pressure here. Saka's ball in. And that was deflected as Declan Rice hit it. And for a throw-in, England on it.
Yeah, that's encouraging, particularly from Saka. 1v1. Abisha's got no chance. Sort of drew him in, didn't he, to think he could make the tackle, and he knocked it past him and got the ball in. Good play.
Rice's shot didn't have any real power behind it. Share with his boot to it to clear. Konsa. Trippier was out on the touchline shielding his eyes from the sun. Walker. Foden. Trippier to Kane. And the flag up. Kieran Trippier waiting for the ball in the wrong spot.
You can't be offside there. You're looking right across the pitch. You can see all across the line. You can see the player that is coming out to him. They work it really well. It's a good ball from Foden, I think it was.
Seen a few of them around town. Lively Swiss support. A lot to be pleased about with the performance of their nation in this competition. Quarter-finalists 3 years ago. Drew against Spain at this stage, and lost on penalties in St. Petersburg, Russia. Bellingham. Played into Kane. Forced away from goal, but he can tee up Mainu. Cher challenges Kane. Daniele Orsato, the Italian referee, doesn't think there was anything to get concerned with there. Kane does.
Well, he's having a word with him. He thinks there was more to it. Originally, it was really good play from Rice to read the play and intercept. He just manages to get there before the defender, Harry, doesn't he?
Gets a touch on the ball. He is there before Fabian Cher.
Not sure there's enough in that for the penalty, though. That's where Declan Rice did really well and reading it well. And he tries to get the ball into Kane. I thought he was going to go the other way and swivel on his left foot, but he sets it back into Mainu for a good strike.
Switzerland going long quickly, but a little too much asked of Ruben Vargas. Swiss will play the odd long ball directly like that, but they haven't been putting them aerial into the box from the wide positions.
Just when that ball goes up there from Pickford, if you're going to do that, then you have to get players in and around Harry Kane. Otherwise, there's no point in doing it. The guy said in the studio before the game he's kicked more long balls than anyone. But doing that, you've got to try and pick up the second ball.
Well, there's Mainu picking the ball up beautifully and driving with it. Just run away from him at the last, but great strength in the first instance. To have that sort of confidence and self-belief while still in your teens. It's a distant memory.
Does that mean you didn't?
Nothing to that sort of level. Rice and Bolo got his body between the Arsenal man and the ball, and Rice just scrapping away a little too keenly for the ref's liking and the Swiss liking. He's enjoying himself, is Signor Orsato. Might be his last waltz. Rodriguez to Freuler, just opened up a bit for him. And Bolo, Freuler again. Walker takes it away. He's having trouble clearing it away before Freuler nudged him.
Well done, Kyle Walker. He had to stay with him. Again, coming down the left-hand side and the movement and the passing. If you don't go with the runners, then you'll be punished. And he did, Kyle Walker, there, and he did really well.
Chipped. Bellingham. Saka. Bellingham wanted it back. Saka, in thinking about when to do that, was picked off by Vargas. Rodriguez. Bellingham's on him. Kanji has to dig it away. Foden. Stones. John Stones again. Yakin, the coach of Switzerland, is a keen chess player. It has the feel of that game just at the moment. England moving the pieces around. Here's Saka. Saka across. Booted to Swiss safety, but it will be an England corner.
I think that's a really good ball, and he's got every chance to say, where are you? I've done my bit. Good ball, good run. And he's just waiting for someone to get in the box there, and Harry doesn't move at all, really. Well, every right to say to Harry Kane, come on, I'm putting that ball in there. Where are you?
Trippier on the corner. There's Kane. Seemed to just pop off his head. No direction in that.
Not sure whether he was actually going for goal or whether just to guide it back across the goal for someone else to stick it in. Nevertheless, I think the ball was out anyway from the corner.
21 minutes in. England 0, Switzerland 0 in the European Championship quarter-final. Phil Foden. A bit of a misjudgment from Cher, allowed Bellingham a bit more time than he might have had. Xhaka cool as you like. And Bolo spins Konsa, but Rice was close enough.
Well done, Declan Rice again. Just backing his teammate up, Konsa there. He knew that he was battling in the fight with Mbolo, and he might just have to help him, protect him.
And Mbolo has just let his frustration come too much to the fore. First stern words from the ref to anybody out there.
Just clips him, doesn't he?
23rd minute. Well, it was at this time in 1996 when England played Switzerland that you gave the Three Lions the lead.
Oh, that was good timing.
Hello to Teddy Sheringham if he's watching, still waiting for that pass.
No chance. I hadn't scored for 2 years. There's no way I was passing that.
He then passed to you against the Netherlands, but you scored, so. In from Foden. Drifted behind. No, it hasn't. Oh, it has. Assistant referee was weighing up his options. Well caught by Sommer anyway. Kanji. Phil Foden nearly there. If anybody knows Foden, it'll be a Kanji. Here's Stones. So often a Kanji's partner at the back for Manchester City.
I think England have done that well when Sommer has had the ball in terms of their pressing and pushing another 10 or 15 yards up. Still like to see them pass the ball with a little bit more urgency though, and move Switzerland around and move it from left to right and right to left. Still a little bit slow.
That's Rodriguez. And that was redefining. And Bolo, Konsa's block. Kane wrestled from it. Xhaka. Through to Mbolo. Vargas. Stones. Well, his stride pattern was just one out there, but he recovered.
It's a good run from Abisha, wasn't it? Managed to stay with him. Clocked him all the way.
Rodriguez. Xhaka. Vargas. Showed too much of it to Walker. Mainu now. Xhaka fouls him. Different player though, isn't he, the Swiss captain, to the one we saw not all the time at Arsenal. I mean, he had many good games, but had a few others as well.
Yeah, you can tell that he's the leader in this team, and everything they want to do, they try and go through him.
Shows what winning does to confidence. 50 games in his first season with Bayer Leverkusen, winning 41, drawing 8, losing just the Europa League final to Atalanta.
Him and Freire in that midfield, so experienced, over 50 times playing together now. They know each other off by heart.
Konsa safely back to Pickford. Has to leave his zone of safety. For the moment, Bellingham was going to get around on the tight side by the touchline. Trippier gets involved in the scrap as well, and England get the throw. Freuler gets feisty. We're past the midpoint of the first half. And that it is very even out there, nothing to separate them, but is it better from England?
Slightly. See a little bit of improvement. Saka's given us 1 or 2 options down this right-hand side. Still more movement needed, particularly down the left-hand side, and to move the ball quicker.
Bellingham's trying to move with it now.
And again, that's the issue that you see, you know, we get into a good position down the left and we come all the way over to the right-hand side again.
Rice. Drew Freuler and Embolo towards him. Saka again, stealing around the back of Ibisha and holding him off as well. Kane was waiting for it. Akanji got rid of it.
Definitely been our main threat, hasn't he, Saka? Every time he's had the ball, he's gone past the defender and got balls into the box, which as a winger or a wide wing back, that's all you can do.
Well, the talk was he'd start on the left. Have we seen just why Gareth Southgate's kept him on the right?
Yeah, every time he's got the ball against Ibisha, he's gone past him. And again, a ball into the middle, looking for more movement. No white shirts getting on the end of it. Sometimes, you know, it's not the winger's job to pick him out. You've just got to get the ball in there.
Rodriguez didn't manage to keep the ball in. And that means an England throw, just as it looked as though Switzerland were going to get away and clear it. He's a bit unlucky there, isn't he, Rodriguez?
Absolutely.
Assistant referee was right there, maybe too close. Bellingham won't reach him. Kanji's done the lion's share of defending back there for Switzerland. Saka, Mainu, Foden, Bellingham. Deflected behind, it'll be an England corner.
Just saw the overlap there from Kyle Walker, you know, when the ball's been pinged into Saka. I'd leave him 1v1 because he's gone past him at every opportunity. I don't think there's a need to have the overlap. He's got enough belief in his ability, and he has done already and gone past him 3 times. Just takes the extra defender in there.
Referee just making a point to every Konsa that he's got his eyes on. Saka. Foden. Momentum's gone from the corner, and Walker's going to have to go back to Pickford. Well, that will frustrate the fans behind him. Saka. Trippier spirals to the floor after a challenge from Rieder. Now room for Switzerland with Remo Freuler.
can understand the frustrations from the England fans there. You've got a corner, it's a good position to be in, you take it short and it ends up back with your own goalkeeper.
How does the centre forward feel when that happens?
Very frustrated, very much like the centre half, so we've run 50 yards to get up there as well.
Rodriguez. Abisha. Kanji. And Bolo. Came off Mainu. Conser did the next bit. Pickford not troubled yet, but chances are when Switzerland get into a half-decent position, they will make him work. They have the best shot conversion rate at the tournament prior to the quarter-finals. Haven't created all that much, but when they have, they've put it in. And there's Rodriguez.
7 different goal scorers.
Come from all over. Conser's had to do that sort of thing quite a few times. Here's Bellingham. Bellingham is impeded. Stopped in his tracks by Fabian Schär, who's got a yellow card.
Well done, Jude Bellingham. Just what his team needed there, just to take the pressure off him, to carry that ball another 40 or 50 yards up the pitch. Gets his team a free kick.
Looking for the Newcastle defender. From the free kick, it's back to Pickford again. Mainu, beautifully done. Now the move is positive. Trippier. Is that handball? The play continues. The referee has waved away the claim, so he didn't play advantage. And now he'll give Switzerland a free kick for the foul.
It was a wonderful play from Kobbie Mainoo there. He just let the ball run through himself, didn't he, and open himself up. And committed those Switzerland players onto him and then tried to free someone else. But that's the problem that England have got with Trippier in that left back or left wing back position.
Well, Freuler's just saved that cross.
You can see all the England players complaining to the referee what they thought.
Fortunately for Gareth Southgate, that was just one that was missed. And VAR protocols being as they are, it's not one that can be ruled upon. Kanji to Xhaka. Dropping in to be an extra defender to start the move. Kanji strolling, and he's there again to arrow the ball wide, and then a mess was made of the cross by Fabian Schär.
I think defensively England have done well, you know, because of the way Switzerland try and move you around with the pace of their passing. If you don't stay alert and stay with wingers, then you'll get punished. But England have done really well when Switzerland have done that.
Kane saying he wants it. To be Walker who's first to receive, and he didn't have the room.
There lies the problem before when Trippier had that ball in the good position. Instead of going on the outside, makes it much more easier, beneficial for the opposition when you come inside on your right foot, because that's where the traffic is, that's where the bodies are. more difficult when you're prepared to go on the outside.
Conser available for Pickford, and now Rice will get it. Trippier. That was Bellingham bound. Nicely cut out. So was that. And here's Conser. Bellingham. Here he goes. Starting to glide. Saka. And it was left by Bellingham. He maybe thought Kane was a little closer in behind him.
You can see the frustration from Bellingham. He played the ball with a lovely little step over, and then he's the one that played it on into Saka there. Great player, look at that, the skills. And then to go past another player. He's just waiting for a little bit of luck for the ball to fall to him nicely in the box. Not on this occasion.
It's the sort of thing that we haven't seen too often, and probably not enough from England during the competition.
You can just feel the expectation of the England fans when he gets the ball. You can hear it. Wanting him or expecting him to do something very, very special, like he did with that overhead kick.
Just a little sooner if he could. I don't think our nerves could take that sort of late finish again.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised.
Bolo slips. Stones was well balanced. Walker will have to be. No way out.
Well, he didn't have too many options, did he? And that was one of them.
Foden getting close to Akanji. Word in his ear. Their club boss is at centre court today. We've seen Pep Guardiola earlier on. It'll be a Switzerland throw.
Just when the ball goes back to Sommer there, the Swiss goalkeeper, Phil Foden's trying to close him down, and he's actually looking around as if to say, come and help me, you're going to have to come with me. I can't go on my own, as though there's no point in him going on his own, because they'll just pass it around him like they did.
Foden got through the gate, but then couldn't find the next pass to Bellingham. Here's Embolo for Switzerland. Good tug at him by Foden. Freuler. Spotted by Ndoye. Ndoye's quick, but there isn't a player on this planet who's that quick. Highlights programme for you tonight. 10:50, BBC One. It will, of course, be the best of this game. Let's hope there's plenty more to come to make some good highlights of. And, of course, the game that follows later on, it's Netherlands against Turkey, the last quarter-final, and that game's taking place in Berlin, where England hope to be in 8 days' time. There's a way to go yet. A long, long way to go yet.
And there's another long ball off Pickford. Again, resulting in nothing.
He's starting to sound indignant again.
Well, I just think if you're going to do that, then you've got to get players in and around Harry Kane, otherwise what's the point? I mean, he's knocked 3 or 4 up now, and Harry hasn't won them, and there's been no one around him anyway, even if he did. The numbers will tell you that. Before today's game, it was 76 long passes from Pickford. The second goalkeeper to do that was in the 40s, so you can tell that how many times that England have done it.
Bolo will be beaten to that by Walker. Saka. I suppose the half-time debate will be along the lines of to what degree Rice gets lucky. To what degree is it working for England, and how can it work better? Here's Walker. He spotted Bellingham. Is there a way? Maybe a roundabout one. That hasn't worked.
See, when Declan gets that ball, there's no need for Trippier to be 10 yards from him. He's got to be higher up the pitch. He's got to take his man away.
Stones. It's looking like a regular back four at the moment.
Yeah.
Mainu. Pickford. Kanji pops up above Kane. Rice to Bellingham. Mainu.
I think that ball can go into Foden 5 or 6 seconds earlier when Konsa has it, rather than the other 2 or 3 passes along the back.
Stones. Foden. Coming towards the ball. He's been followed all the time by Xhaka. Saka. Walker. Constant soundtrack of the game is mainly Swiss. Chants and a few cowbells. Saka held off Xhaka, no way through with the shot.
Vargas doing a really good job there and helping Abisha out in terms of making 2v1, because he knows if he leaves him 1v1 like he did in the first 10 or 15 minutes 2 or 3 times, he can go past him with ease, so he's got to help him out.
Foden. Walker. Plenty of easy possession here for England. Foden. Trippier has gone into a central zone. Stones. Saka immediately has company. Walker. Foden to Rice. Reader was the player who got close, and he's still close. Saka. Will go round the outside after all, trying to beat Abisha. Mainu, and what a good tackle. Granit Xhaka, the Swiss captain, to his nation's rescue.
Again, they leave Saka 1v1 v Abisha, and he gets past him again. He's a constant threat down the right-hand side. I think you got to feed him as much as you can. It's a wonderful tackle in there to prevent Mainu from getting his shot away.
Foden's having a look. This one won't be short, and it will be straight into the gloves of Jan Sommer. And here comes Switzerland in a hurry with Ndoi. Does everything quickly. It's not a bad ball. I think Konsa's got it covered, and he takes a push as well.
Konsa read it really well. Harry was trying to do his best in tracking back. You could just see the running behind, but he did really well, Consa. He read it really well. There was no way he was getting past him.
And that's it. Half-time whistle, no time added on. It caught Murat Yakin and Gareth Southgate by surprise, but that's something England haven't been able to do to Switzerland as yet. It's an even first half. Maybe England just shading it, but there's not a lot in it. Plenty more to come, we hope. England 0, Switzerland 0 at the break.
No goals, but no complaints. Significantly better England performance so far in that first half. Pretty dominating overall. Very little threat from Switzerland.
We've been asking for a performance. I think we look now like a team that understand how to press, how to keep the ball, how to get out from restarts. There's just that we spoke, the word cohesion spoke about with this team, lacking it. I think today has been a huge improvement, like you say. And we're sitting here going, look, we look like we can feel a goal coming. There's players exciting us, individuals, which we'll come to. But this is England that I anticipated seeing in this tournament.
We said that, didn't we? Control. Yeah. We said confidence. I highlighted before the game what Switzerland could do, and England have just not allowed them to do the rotations, dropping into positions, playing the right passes. They've had no shots on target, Switzerland. So England are doing a really good job.
Yeah. Micah, Foden in the 10. We've all been asking for it. That is the difference.
We've been crying
That's
out
one of the
for
biggest
it.
Difference.
We've been crying out for it. Frank, you're a midfielder. I mean, talk to us about Foden. It's delightful to see him in a position where he can have an impact on the game.
Well, I think the change in system has been a big deal. The balance it has given us as a team, and it's allowed Phil. He said it before the game. He feels more comfortable with the idea of starting central, but he hasn't just stayed in one position. He's moving around the pitch. He gives you a feeling of control because when he has the ball at his feet, you always know that he can handle it, he can move it, and he can always find that pass. Look at the way he just receives and turns there straight away. That's top-level players that do that in tight areas. And he feels the freedom that he can drop down and give us another number deeper in the pitch, and his quality is different. I mean, Mainoo's been fantastic in the first half as well, but I think those two in terms of coming back and just being in control, understanding that I'm in control. I've had a great season. Now I'm allowed to. I'm not trying to hug the line and come off the line. Central. And then now, that's when Saka knows he can make a run because he knows the quality of the player. And we spoke before the game about can we break defensive lines. It's even harder against the back five to do that. But when he's central, he's a man that can do it.
He gets on the half turn. Every time he receives the ball, he's turned with his head up. So people are going to run, like you say. We haven't seen Saka run behind in the whole tournament. Why? Because people aren't getting the ball in that position who he thinks can get him the ball.
He's one of the best number 10s, if not the best number 10 in world football, in playing in that way. So, you know, and it just felt like he was locked up on that.
But what it allows him to do, though, so when he was playing on the left and he was trying to go central, it was too congested in there. And sometimes he was receiving the ball too deep on the left. When he's playing central, even if he can't get between the lines, he can still drop deep and dictate play from a deeper role. That's why it's imperative he plays in the number 10 position.
It also massively helps that the whole team has played higher up the pitch. Harry Kane has stayed high, as we talked about, mostly in that game in the first half. Really important, even if he's not involved in the game that much, it helps everybody behind him because it creates the space for them, doesn't it, as well? Yeah. And the press for England has been really important as well. It's the first time, I think, probably since the first 20 minutes or 30 minutes of the first game.
Yeah, well, we asked if this team can press and if it's designed that they can press, but we see here, yes, they can. This is the first one. They get it wrong, but they quickly learn. But they get it wrong and they get given a little taster of what could come if they don't get this right. Yes, you see the overload then is 4 against 3 because they didn't go in on that first ball and close him down and they allowed him to turn. This is when problems come. They got a goal very similar to this in the game before by third men running from deep. Here again they go. The trigger, yes, a speculative ball, but Declan's high enough to be able to anticipate and then jump from the good position. And then you get opportunities like this. Kane lays it back to Mainoo, great strike, gets blocked. But these moments only come when you're set up as a team to be able to strike and pounce. And they do that really well. Again, really high, pressurising the goalkeeper, forcing keepers to make different decisions. Again, speculative ball, hard to deal with. The first one, they didn't go in. Yes, they go in. Stones goes in. Mainoo then gets it. Look at this kid when he's under a bit of pressure. Doesn't come out to nothing, but he's drawing people to him. And we get in these positions to attack based on the press. And this is what you want to see. We see these players do this week in, week out with their clubs. Now we're seeing it for a half of football in England shirt. Look at the numbers there. If you win that there, you get chances at goal. And that's what it's about.
Yeah, this is what all the best teams do. They counter press because they've got so many numbers up the pitch and control. It's something we've lacked through the tournament so far, but now you're seeing it when you have the numbers and then you have the intention. There is an element of risk, like we saw the first clip that they played through, but you have to risk that slightly. You have to be brave and understand they can play back through you.
I mean, people at home might be saying, well, we haven't created that many chances or anything, but it's significantly better. No shots on target, but 2 or 3 block shots, and you wear teams down this way, don't you?
And you higher up.
Exactly.
That's the thing, higher up, play the key passes. And there have been a lot more forward passes as well. I think Pickford, you did analysis before the game, kicking it long. I think actually, apart from the first minute in the game, it was actually playing delicate passes into the midfield.
It's great that they got the TV in the change room and they watch the analysis. It's brilliant. I love it. I love that.
It's nice to be able to be positive, and I think we should definitely be positive about Konsa. Ezri Konsa, I mean, he stepped in, a lot of pressure.
He's stepped in for Gay, and Gay has been a big miss, and one of the biggest games of his career. If not, it's can you control your nerves? Can you do the basics very well? And he's done all of these things. I mean, especially when for Aston Villa this season he had to play at right back a lot of the season. I think his body shape here wasn't great, and then he gets it right. A wonderful header away, he sees a danger, and then can you get tight? Can you get tight against Mbolo, who's obviously a strong boy? He waits for the help from Declan Rice, and then his positioning has been great, and then this is why they've had no shots on target, because he's putting his body on the line, and I just think his overall game has been fantastic, just capped off by that right position, seeing the ball out, and he's been excellent. He really has.
All of those clips are wonderful. One of the biggest things for a centre-back in this situation, when you come in like this, is concentration. You have to remain focused and concentration on the job. Don't complicate things like he hasn't, and continue in that vein.
We've seen terrific performance in the first half. Obviously, you can mention Saka. Bellingham's been all over the place. But Kobbie Mainoo, I mean, really.
Is he 18?
He's 19. He turned 19 2 months ago.
It's outrageous.
Second youngest player for England to play in a quarter-final, the other Wayne Rooney.
Yeah, he just doesn't look like a teenager. He looks like he's almost like a
experienced pro.
He's a prefect with the young kids in a school, and just saying, he's saying, this is what you do, this is how you do it. Just give the ball to me, and I'll lend it here and there. He plays with a maturity way beyond these years. He makes the right decisions more often than not. This was rocketing on target, I'm sure. But it's just a cool and calmness. And what I've loved, that was a joke, took 3 players out of the game, but what I've loved is the way that he's dovetailed and rotated with Phil Foden. At times he's the number 10, then he comes back into the 6 or the 8, and he's so comfortable in either of those positions. And I've just loved the relationship he seemed to have built in this first 45 with Phil Foden.
I think we spoke before the game, and obviously he gets his chance of a great tackle here, otherwise he's scoring there probably, but we spoke before the game about England looking a little bit rigid, a little bit positional, and that's the main thing for me. The system gives them better balance, but within that, good players, even at just turned 19, know to work off other good players. And now you're seeing him and Phil Foden, particularly in that half, where they go, OK, well, Phil, you're dropping deep, OK, I'll go and stand behind the midfield.
I mean, now it's half-time, obviously, and the manager's going to say more of the same, because we've seen in other games where England start that way, not so much complete 45 minutes, first game, for example, 30 minutes, and then back off. It's very important, isn't it, that they maintain this?
Yeah, definitely. Just keep turning the screw. I think we saw enough in that first half. Again, based off of the shape to go and press, we're getting good rewards, and continue that, but you just want the end product. You want the final third decision-making just to maybe improve a bit more decisive, and then I'll see a goal coming.
But I don't think they should worry about the lack of chances too much, but a couple of half chances, because when you play against an organised back five, it's really hard to create. That's why I think they've got to understand Saka there was so dangerous. It's like, how many times can we get him on the ball? Can we isolate him? Can he run behind? Keep trying to break that back line. It's not easy, and stay consistent with it.
Saka's burst into life into the first half.
Well, we thought, in this system, we play wing-back. Would he play on the left? But he's actually playing in a comfortable position on this right. We've seen week in, week out for Arsenal. And Abisha doesn't know what to do him at all, whether he goes inside, crossing in the box, whether he goes outside. And it's helped the team because the team are higher up, and that's what we're talking about, and this is what we want to see. He's been absolutely brilliant. The right way to pass, and then the movement and the rotation on that side of the field. And like the guy said with a pass with Foden there, everything he's done has been creative and lively, Frank.
Yeah, this is the player we know. You know, he's been one of the best wingers, I think, in world football for the last couple of what he's doing at Arsenal, and now it feels like this, whatever the change has been, but he's got people nearer him. He's got Kyle Walker there underlapping him at one point, which just attracts a bit of attention away from him, and you do not want to be one-on-one against him. He's so good at it.
We talked before the game, didn't we, how important it was that England's two wing-backs were high and not get dragged back into a back five. They've certainly done that.
Yeah, and all those clips there, you would never, ever suggest that he's a wing-back. And that's the difference, and I think you have to... We were scared it could be a back five. Every time they get the ball, he's standing out on the right wing and saying, right, give me the opportunity to get 1v1. The switch early creates that opportunity, and they're doing it well.
Encouraging. A little bit to smile about so far. There's even more on iPlayer.
I want to talk to you about an undercover mission.
Sorry, what?
Serious? I'm listening.
We should expect breathtaking subtlety and sophistication.
This harmless bit of fun.
Is it, Patrick? Is it?
It's quality, not quantity. Are you laughing?
Operation Original Comedy is a go. Watch now on BBC iPlayer.
A reminder that you can watch the game in HDR on iPlayer. Keep up to date with all the latest news from the tournament via the Football Daily podcast. Listen on BBC Sounds, and there'll be highlights of this game, plus Netherlands-Turkey tonight on BBC One at 10:50.
My name's Pip Fitzmoby. I've been investigating the Andy Bell case.
Oh, and just so you know, you got the wrong person.
The whole world thinks Sal Singh's guilty. Sal didn't do it. Who did?
Guess that's what we need to find out. Such a good girl, Pip. Are you really ready for that?
You think you're this good person? What if you're not?
Come and get me.
A Good Girl's Guide to Murder. Watch now, only on BBC iPlayer.
Go back to Dusseldorf, where Kelly's pitch side with Theo Walcott.
Yes, thank you, Gary. Well, Theo, we spoke pre-match and you were quite positive about the England changes and what it could do in attack. Have you enjoyed the first half?
I really have. I feel like as a nation as well, the England fans here getting a sense where actually, even if the ball goes back to Jordan Pickford at times, there's no sort of negative sort of vibes I'm feeling. What I'm really enjoying watching is Phil Foden enjoying himself, Jude Bellingham having that freedom in those pockets. And as well, Harry Kane hasn't got the ball as much, but he's occupying the centre arse to allow the space. If anything, he's sacrificing himself, and even Trippier as well, to allow Jude and Phil Foden to express themselves, because they are the key to this team.
You talk about being key to the team. The guys in the studio have just highlighted some of the performances as well. What about Bukayo Saka? We maybe didn't quite expect him to be playing the position he is playing, but he's done well, hasn't he?
He kept us guessing, and what he's doing right now, he's keeping his fullback guessing. You don't know if he's going to come inside, outside, and as well, they need to double up on him a lot more. When you get tight to Bukayo Saka, he can just roll you. He's so positive in this mindset. He's literally playing to his strengths, and that's what you want to see more of. Obviously, hopefully in the second half now, but look, he's our main threat. Like Phil Foden, like I say, he's just loving having the ball, and that's what we want to see. And we're so structurally sound at the back. Konsa's come in, and he's looked solid. He's like he's been playing since the start of the tournament, so credit to him, but credit to Gareth Southgate for being brave and keeping us all guessing, because we didn't know.
One of the things, as soon as you came down here to me, I said, what would you like to talk about? And you straight away said the press as well. Have they executed that better tonight?
They've executed it perfect, because the fact they're not given any minute for the Switzerland back line to get out. You know, you're always at your worst when you're sort of in your half as well. So England at this moment in time, they're allowing them to have the ball in England's half, which is fine, but basically what they want to do now is actually try and get the mistakes high up in the field. And like I say, the press from Declan Rice, he's covering Trippier to allow him to go forward a bit more. It's beautiful to see. We want to see a few more clear chances. I think that's one thing that's not happened, but look, I'll be very happy going in at half-time.
Theo, thank you so much. You've still got the pace, by the way. Theo's got to get all the way back up there to the press box. He just about made it, so I'll let you go. Enjoy the second half.
Thank you.
England players on their way out. I suspect there won't be any changes, and no one will be crying for changes at present.
No, definitely. I think much like what we saw in the first half, that energy, that start in place with the structure, the press, and then feed off of that. But I just, like we were talking about before, Foden, Kobe Mainoo, Jude Bellingham, the rotations in there, the balance that we're now seeing, you just want a chance to fall to someone like Kane.
I think subs could be key though in the second half, because if you look at the big teams in this tournament, especially Spain, they're taking off. You know, you're meeting them out early parts of the game, 60-odd minutes. England can't allow their effort to drop. They can't let the pace drop of the game. And if you need to bring on a Cole Palmer to keep it up, that's what they need to do.
We've seen Switzerland a lot at this tournament. They've been very impressive, and generally they've pressed really high themselves. They're not really in that first half. Do you perhaps expect they will try that and push England back?
They may try it, but I think with the control that England have got at the minute and the feeling of the game, I was just thinking about the dressing room there, how that would have felt for England, because they've had a few games where I know the dressing room would have felt tough at half-time, but they're not getting it going now. There's a different feel about us.
OK, it's been encouraging, but there's a long way to go. Let's go back to Alan Shearer and Guy Mowbray.
Thank you, Gary. Well, the first thing Switzerland have done is just kept England waiting for a minute or so. Harry Kane and co have been back out there waiting patiently. And now the men in red are set to get the second half started. Both teams attacking their own supporters in this second half. And a word must go out to the magnificent English support once again. 30 to 40,000 of them in Dusseldorf, all the surrounding areas. We've seen a lot of them over the last few days, and they're all in great spirits, and we know what an effort and a sacrifice it is to get out and about following the country. They have been wonderful, as the Scotland fans were before them.
Well said. I'll echo that.
There's Granit Xhaka. As we expected, no changes made by Gareth Southgate, nor Murat Yakin, who's continued in his relaxed mode all the way through half-time. Didn't seem to be in his dressing room very long. He's been wandering about. All smiles. Played against England at Euro 2004, the Swiss boss. 3-0 to England. Wayne Rooney inspired England that day in Portugal. Who's got the inspiration in them to win this in this second half?
I agree with some of the things that the guys were saying there at half-time about getting him on the ball. Bellingham one and Foden another one to do this.
Bellingham carries it. It just clips the heel of Akanji. Harry Kane was waiting. Kieran Trippier keeps the attack going. Snaffling possession. Bellingham. Kane can't jump for it. Saka has got it again. A little bit of good fortune. And the shot is smothered by Abisha. England on the front foot.
Positive play from Jude Bellingham, getting the ball and driving into the back five of Switzerland.
Foden to Mainu. Walker. Foden. Foden and Bellingham finding themselves right. Wouldn't stick with Kane. Akanji had the measure of him. Here's Konsa, who's just taken over where Mark Gahey left off.
Absolutely. He's done well. He's looked solid.
Rice. It's Ndoye. Here is Mbolo. Konsa just got a little drawn in, closer than he wanted to be, but Walker is cover.
We just need to be a bit more clinical, don't we, when we get into the final third. We've got it into some really good positions without having that final touch in the box.
Saka. Foden didn't have the room, not that time. Switzerland have the extra man out on the left. Walker into the tackle. Good feet from Saka. The referee didn't like some of the pushing and shoving and tugging.
We need more of the same from Saka as we got in that first half. I think he was our best player without a doubt, getting on the ball and causing problems 1v1. Abisha couldn't handle him. He went past him 3 or 4 times and got balls into the box without anyone getting on the end of it.
Walker sees Trippier. Just a bit too much for him to do with that. Walker just caught Vargas. Free kick Switzerland. Passing word with Kyle Walker. Not a lot there.
Enough to make him go down.
What a stern stare from Daniele Orsato as Walker went past him.
I'm not sure he makes any contact with the ball, though.
Interesting that UEFA are going to carry on in the Champions League and associated competitions next season with this new idea that only the captain can speak to the referee during games. I think that's probably a positive development.
Yeah,
it's worked well here.
I think it's worked well in this tournament, absolutely. Unlike the handball law.
When did that last work? Xhaka. Quite a few upset Germans when it came to the handball law yesterday. Akanji.
It's a really good shape from England when they haven't got the ball.
There's a way through it here, though. And this is Embolo bumping into Konsa, just putting him off balance, but that goes down as a shot on target. And Pickford was ready for it.
It's the first one, isn't it?
It is.
It's a bit of a tame effort. Good movement off the ball.
Oh, this is a worry.
Doesn't look good, does it?
It's Ezri Konsa who was tight to Embolo. What's this little bit of contact there? Put him off his stride, and I think his left knee just got jarred a bit, got stuck in the turf, didn't it?
Well, Embolo's looking for the contact. That's what he wants, because he wants to actually turn him. And he actually did really well, Konsa, not giving anything up there, and he just catches his knee there. I think he's going to be all right, though. Does really well in staying with him.
Just sent a jar up that left leg.
You can see what the forward's trying to do. Use his body and twist him and turn him, and wants the defender to commit himself so he can have a feel of him and turn him in the box, but Konsa was having none of it.
Embolo was quick to sympathise. He only came back in March, as recently as that, from a full year out with a knee injury. Scorer of the goal that gave Switzerland the lead the last time the sides met at Wembley. March 22. Mainu. Saka. Flag up.
It was good play again, though, from England in terms of the press and getting it right and pressing higher up the park. Look, you can see how many men they've committed forward. He's just gone too early, Saka, hasn't he? Again, he's looking right across the pitch. It's a pretty simple decision from the assistant to give him offside. But good that they're winning the ball again high up.
Kanji. Sommer. Trippier getting close to Ndoye. And Konsa again in a duel with Embolo, and it's going to be a free kick for England.
You'll probably hear what the Swiss fans think of that.
Bit too much grappling.
I like it again, though, from Konsa. He's not giving him an inch.
Walker to Saka. Walker closed that time by Vargas. Saka shrugged off it by Vargas. England's throw, though. We've had 9 second-half minutes. Same pattern. England largely on top, but Switzerland have had that one effort now. Easily dealt with by Pickford. Could have another one soon. That was a glorious ball through to Vargas. Freuler. Xhaka took too long. Menu. Cut out by Arbisher for England's to throw back in.
See, that's why I think Kane needs to stay further up the park. When England do win that ball back there, like they did so impressively with Phil Foden, he hasn't really got an option when he's looking up or when someone else is looking up for that ball, because Harry Kane again is trying to do his bit defensively. I feel as if he was to stay further up the park, that certainly would be an option when they do win the ball.
The referees stopped the throw-in, which is a good thing for Declan Rice. He's ordered it be taken from a bit further back. But there's the thing with Harry Kane. You say it, Gary Lineker says it, you know, two of England's most decorated goal scorers know how to play centre-forward, so somebody's telling him something different.
Well, you've got the two 10s, particularly today, where you've got Foden and Bellingham who are in behind him. Foden's doing great work, as he did, in winning the ball back, but then when he wins it, he needs an option, and preferably that option would be passing the ball forward.
And this has all got a bit stop-start, mainly stop. Xhaka. Bolo returns it to his captain. Rodriguez. He's put in a decent cross. And it was Mbolo once again with Konsa on him, enabling Pickford to have the ball.
Brilliant, Konsa. Absolutely fantastic. He wasn't being bullied at all there. He had to be strong, and he had to stand up. And he had to stay with the fight, because if he didn't, that would have been in the back of the net.
Foden. Rice to Konsa. Konsa and Mbolo. No surprise. Very close once more. Bellingham. Saka. Walker gave the defenders something else to think about. Rice has to go backwards. I mentioned England's shape when they haven't got the ball. The Swiss are really well drilled out of possession. And there's Trippier. Kanji to win back possession. Trippier. England keeping the ball, doing nothing to quieten down the Swiss support. Walker. Foden was calling for it. Saka with a bit of a tame chip into the box.
Just think Mane went over and crowded him up over there rather than leaving him 1v1.
Now a bit of room for Ndoye, he can shift. Konsa there, can't stop him. Switzerland have a couple over, but Ndoye back to walking, still slips it through to Reader. And they have a corner.
Konsa again did well. He had to match him, otherwise he was away. great pace and keeping up with him, because as you said, he is really quick.
England have had 3. This is Switzerland's first of the match. Here comes Akanji for it.
Just as Trippier was going forward and left the space in behind him, didn't he? And he spotted it really well, Ndoye.
Trippier's trying to make a point to the referee about Abisha.
They're all in a line.
Ruben Vargas to try and find the right delivery for Switzerland. I think Rieder was quite prepared for that. Rodriguez. And Saka puts it out for another corner. Will it be same again, or this one into the middle? It's been left for Fabian Rieder.
Same again with that line at the back, along the 6-yard line.
Rieder to the near. Switzerland throw-in. As Murat Yakin prepares 2 changes. See the fullback come midfielder Sylvain Widmer getting ready, and Steven Zuber as well, midfielder. Attack-minded midfielder. Ndoye. Trippier's there to try and help out Konsa, but didn't work that way. Vargas across. And there was Walker across in front of Embolo. A little bit raggedy, England, at the moment.
Good defending, Kyle Walker as well, to stay with him. His movement was very good. He tried to take him to the far post and then go to the near, but he was having none of it.
Freuler sidestep Kane. Here's Vargas. Switzerland are having a spell. Phil Foden loses possession, and he was lucky it fell to Ezri Konsa.
It's toughest period of the match for England, this, the last few minutes. They've been under pressure. They've got to stay strong, stay together.
Here's Freuler. Ndoye had an easy pass available to Remo Freuler. Vargas. Ndoye behind him. Cher.
That's what Switzerland tried to do there. They're trying to create the overload with the 5 or 6 players on the right here.
Well, here's Ndoye shifting it out to come back in. Abisha. Mainu is there. Kane. He has been fouled as he tried to keep it and get England going forward. And now Murat Yakin will make the 2 changes he's been wanting to make for 5 minutes or so. Fabian Rieder. He's going to make way for Steven Zuber. And Ruben Vargas' number is up as well, so Sylvain Widmer will come on for him. Widmer sat out the Italy game, having got 2 yellow cards. It's more of an orthodox right back, and he has gone to the right of what looks like a line of 5.
Yeah, that's what he's done. I think it's really important England stay, do exactly what they did there. No panic. Defended well with Mainu winning the ball. There were 3 or 4 minutes they were under the cosh, and Switzerland were passing it around them.
Stones.
Now it's the England's fans' turns to try and lift their players.
Yeah, switch has been flicked in that end. Here's Foden. Lifted it nicely. It was Bellingham trying to get there. And it is going to be a corner for England. It seemed to be thought about for a moment or two. No, changed his mind.
Changed his mind. The assistant flagged for a corner, didn't he? But then the referee changed his mind.
That's a corner.
Yep. But it was also a positive seeing Phil Foden go on the overlap with Trippier. On the odd occasion they've done that and got the ball in there. Positive.
It's the loudest the England fans have been since a little while before kick-off. Sensing that a lift is needed as we approach the midway point of the second half.
Well, Yakin has been proactive and used his substitutes. Just wonder how long it takes Gareth to use one or two of his. There's no doubt about it with the quality they've got on the bench.
A bit of pace and trickery there too. And it's Switzerland attacking again with Xhaka. And loads of room for Rodriguez. Just forced wider than he wanted to be. But that's a really good ball that Konsa has to defend. And Stones, and it wasn't particularly well headed away. That could have flown in from Ibisha.
Fell nice to him, didn't it? Fell perfectly for the volley. Just gets his technique all wrong. Konsa in there again, heading it out. Perhaps didn't get the header that he wanted, but it fell nicely for him.
And this does feel like the point at which maybe your cosy, easy Saturday tea time at home changes. And it just gets a little bit more, well, antsy, for good and bad. Here's another example. Pickford away. Kane trying to get away, and he's left Akanji on the floor, and the yellow card is out for the England captain. And he doesn't know why. This might tell us.
That's not a card, is it? Goodness me.
I don't think you're particularly minded to even see it as a foul, are you?
Maybe I'm the wrong one to ask with situations like that.
Harry Kane has to accept his punishment. Kanji's okay. That's not a shock. He will take the free kick for his country.
Just wonder how long he leaves it again, Gareth, because the one area that we could do with a little bit more quality is in forward positions. Defended really well, I think.
There was a stat, wasn't there, floating around this morning, that subs before the 66th minute of the quarter-finalists, England only 2 all tournament. By far the lowest. Chad Southgate hasn't made a change yet. Here's Zuba, one of the Switzerland substitutes. Ndoye. And Ndoye keeps going. He maybe went a step too far. And Harry Kane has proved his defensive worth here. And gets rid of it. Foden. Mainu. Foden left flat out. Saka. Mainu had to leave it behind. Feels like it's on.
Just had no options, did they, England, when they got the ball out on their right-hand side?
Xhaka.
They've just dropped another 5 or 10 yards further back, England, haven't they?
Vidma. Akanji.
When it does get like this, I think that's why it's imperative that someone stays up for England, because when they do win it, they need options. They can't afford for it just to come straight back at them. It's international level. You're going to suffer at times when you haven't got the ball, but you've got to do this. But you've also got to have options when you win the ball back.
And Doy switching sides, and he's a lot more lively over there on the left. Foden wins a throw-in. Could be one to watch, Dan and Doy, from now on. Was watched by Walker and Saka there.
Good defending.
Here's Trippier. Bellingham. It's on the periphery again. Trippier. First run of the second half promised so much, but we've seen a lot of Jude Bellingham since.
Yeah, they found it hard, England, to get into those positions, you know, like Saka did in the first half, and isolate the defender 1v1 with him. He's not had that many times in the second half yet.
Mainu to Foden. Trippier starts his advance from left. Half-hearted clearance from Abisha. Saka against Zuba. And Xhaka very calmly lifted out of harm's way, finding Zuba. And Bolo. Went out. It's England's throw-in.
He's looked pretty sharp, Zuba, on that left-hand side, hasn't he, since he's come on?
He might have been a regular starter, but for a pulled calf pre-tournament. Very experienced player. Here's Foden. Mainu. Saka. Zuba's doubling up with Abisha. Foden. Seen Trippier. I'm not seeing any activity on the England bench yet.
No, they've been out to warm up, but they've all gone and sat back down again.
Trippier. Bellingham. Rice was calling for it, just out of the box. And Bellingham, well, he's going to be pulled up for that. He's unlucky because Xhaka went to stoop right in front of him. And it was just unfortunate timing on the England man's part.
Just unlucky, wasn't it? Foul there. Most, isn't it? No intent there.
It was actually the ball that made contact with him, I think. It will be a free kick for Switzerland. Where are England going to find this extra gear from?
Well, the bench is one option. He's got the ammunition on there, just whether he chooses to use them. Does he try and stick like he did last time? Some will say he got lucky with bringing Tony on for a minute, but he'll say he played a part in the winner.
Abisha. Xhaka.
Got all that quality on the bench. Players that we spoke about for so long who could come on and make a difference.
Freuler. Xhaka. Cher. Lovely ball for Ndoye, and Ndoye gets it across, and Switzerland score! Mbolo pokes it in! Now something has to change, because England are in that position again. They are behind, and time is not on their side.
Well, he's kept getting in there, hasn't he, Mbolo? He's been handled really well up until now. The lovely pass from the right-hand side. From Cher. They work it well. The run's clever, the pass is clever. And then the ball to the far post is just a little touch. It just wasn't enough. And he just manages to get in front of Kyle Walker. Now he's going to have to make changes. Let's hope it's not too late.
And once again, there will be accusations of being reactive rather than proactive. England 0, Switzerland 1. 75 minutes on the clock in Dusseldorf. Switzerland taking the lead just over 10 minutes after Murat Yakin did change things around.
And they've made a difference. I mentioned Zuber on that left-hand side and making the difference. They brought an energy to their team.
And England have to find a lot of that now themselves. There's Bellingham. Here's Trippier. Cole Palmer and Eberechi Eze are getting ready to come on as Bellingham's ball into the box is repelled. Trippier. Stones.
Luke Shaw about to come on as well.
There's Mainu. Didn't have the room for that to work. Joy, unconfined from the Switzerland supporters. England's, well, they have their heads in their hands. Been here too many times.
Well, you could tell even the substitutions give the Swiss fans that little bit more energy as well. They seem to get up for it a little bit more.
Xhaka. It's out for a Switzerland throw, and this will be the cue for the 3 England changes at once. Kobbie Mainoo is making his way off. Kieran Trippier will follow him. And once the fingers and thumbs have been sorted out, it's Jude Bellingham who's not looking at the moment. He's walking away. And he's not looking now. He sees number 10. And we'll see what sort of reaction that gets. He's got his arms outstretched. And I think he's asking the referee. It can't be me. Was the board wrong? There was definitely a 10 flashed up there.
Confusion.
It's a little bit of an administrative error down there. The list is back out for the 4th official to have a look at again, and it's going to be Ezri Konsa, I think, so it should have been. Yeah, Konsa's gone. He's already gone. 14, not 10. Jude Bellingham was right. And he's played a decent ball there too. Here's Saka. Cleared away from Walker by Arbisher.
Well, let's see if England can get the energy that they so badly need with these substitutions. I hope it's not too late.
Yakin is now a study in concentration as he looks to see what difference that's made to the way England look. Well, here's Luke Shaw. There's one difference. His first competitive game of football since mid-February for Manchester United. That really is last throw of the dice. Bellingham.
It's a complete new left side, isn't it? Shaw, Palmer, Eze.
Bellingham to Eze. Rice. Saka having a go! Well, that didn't take long. Bukayo Saka has been England's brightest spark for most of the game, for much of the tournament.
Oh, what a strike.
And he's lit England up now. It is 1-1 in Dusseldorf with royal approval.
What a strike. Needs no second invitation to do that. How many times have we seen him do it? That opens up on that side. He wants to do that. He wants to come inside with that favoured left foot and have a pop. There was no one closing him down, thank you very much. And he just guides it into that far corner. In off the post. You said what reaction? We'll have that one, thank you very much.
They had the demeanour of supporters who've seen it all before and had just about given up hope. It's back again. It's back big time. England won, Switzerland won.
Big players turn up in big moments when you need them. Bellingham did it, Saka's just done it. When your country needs you most, you've got to produce something special.
Declan Rice to Harry Kane. Suddenly there seem to be more white shirts than red. First time it's felt like that for a while. Rice. Shaw. Palmer. Shaw, that'll test the hamstring.
Just what you need when you've been out for a few months.
All eyes drawn to the subs on the left. Saka on the right, thank you very much. Changes, you see. They work even when they don't work.
Well, you could feel the energy from the England fans. I mean, I don't think you could tell that they weren't happy. Something had to change.
Here's Vidma getting it away, and there is a mood change.
It helps when you bend one in from 20 yards.
Sealed with a kiss off the post. Saka again. Might try it again. It was missed by Palmer. It was Kane who went for the follow-up. It might have been Palmer's to take. And Bolo down. Free kick Switzerland.
I thought that's what Harry was going to do, you know. I thought he was just going to lay it back to Palmer.
Shaw. Walker. Eze won't be able to get his skates on to keep that in.
Well, look, Shaw's certainly been involved as well. He's had that run down this left-hand side to try and keep the ball in. And then he's just come to his team's rescue there when he was the last man.
Switzerland's old habits back to bite them. They conceded an equaliser late on in 4 of their qualifying matches. Conceded a late equaliser against Germany, very late on too. That's all it is for England with 6 minutes of the 90 to go. An equaliser, a leveller.
I think it's important that England try not, as hard as it is, to go back into that back five, and as they're playing left wing back and Saka on the right-hand side, inviting the Swiss to put pressure on them.
In towards Mbolo. Shaw gets up. Palmer runs away. Palmer being held onto by Vidma. The referee is out with the yellow card. He's only just back from a ban for getting two. He's on the board again.
Yeah, he had hold of him, wasn't letting go.
Bellingham. Shaw. John Stones. Palmer. Shaw. Returned by Foden. Shaw ushered Ndoye out of his way. Eze. Rice to Saka. The Arsenal connection. This is Bellingham, and he tried to do one thing too many. He's got it straight back, though. Saka. Too much.
I think he just tried to dink it, didn't he? Just got too much on it. There's concentration from both teams now, you know. That one error could cost your team, but on the other hand, do you go then commit men further forward and try and get that piece of brilliance again?
The referee's having a word with Palmer and Freuler. A little too much jousting. It's a lazy kind of clearance from Fabian Schär. Sliced out, England throw. You'll be watching the clock, I'm sure, as much as you're watching the game now. 3 to go. Probably at least 3 more after that. And then maybe 30. Unless.
I told you it was much easier playing rather than watching.
I told you it was horrible up here sometimes. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now. Saka. Foden. Eze. Shaw took Vidma away, but Eze, he's pulled it.
He just couldn't get that shot away, could he? I could see, I think he was caught in two minds at whether to bend it in that far post or try and go to the knee, and he just doesn't get the direction that he wants on it. But it was a lovely run from Luke Shaw, because both players go with him, and that opens up the space then for Eze.
An accusing glance and a word or two from Phil Foden.
I think he's well within his right to have a shot there.
Schär. He's just lost his equilibrium for a moment, and he goes into the tackle. He is in the book, he has been for a long time. That's just a foul, that one. But Daniele Ossato is making the point to him. You probably want away.
Well, England are on the front foot. They can win this. I think they feel as if they can win it. All of a sudden, they've got a bit of energy back into the game. It's what the goal's done to them. It's given them the belief again. They're playing all this game now in their final third.
Phil Foden on the ball. And it comes from Foden. Someone with a strong hand to it. Palmer. What a ball. Well defended by Akanji. And Switzerland can break. Zuba to Ndoye. And Bolo is over on the right. Zuba's the man in the middle. England have the numbers back. And that's wild from Dan Ndoye.
That was very wild. And the old stand finders on there, didn't he?
Quite a few of us used to wear them.
That ball across, wasn't it? Stones just gets the deflection on it, and Bolo gets in front of Kyle Walker there. But you can't give that guy the invitation to come inside on that left foot and open it up like they did, or he's going to take it.
Or into 3 minutes to be added on. Well, Bukayo has the meaning of adds to happiness. Has there ever been a player better named? He did that when England needed him to.
Well, he was a constant threat, wasn't he, in the first half? And no one was getting on the end of his balls that he was putting into the 18-yard box and the 6-yard box. Didn't need anyone getting in the end of that one. Straight for goal, back of the net. What a time to do it as well, straight after they scored. And the subs came on.
Xhaka. First minute of added time is up. 2 to go. Cher. Stones slaps it back from whence it came.
No nonsense, just get rid of it. It's the right thing to do.
Akanji.
You don't feel any pressure out there as a player, you know. You got control of things. You can do something about it.
The same goes for Switzerland. There's Xhaka. The cowbells are clanging again. And Swiss fans trying to draw the ball towards them. Loads of room for Fabian Schär. Hangs the cross up. Oh, it should have been put away. And Zuba has panicked when he finally got it at his boots.
What a ball that is from Fabian Schär. He's got the whip, the bend, the accuracy, everything on it. And Zuba, I don't know what he does. He just doesn't make a connection. It wasn't Zuba, was it? I think
and Bolo takes it away from Ndoye.
Absolutely. What a ball in.
Never mind cowbells. I only heard alarm bells. And it has to be England's last warning before extra time. It has to be.
They got away with one there, England.
Pickford. He's got every reason to go along with that one. Kane helps it. Bellingham does too. And that is it for now in Dusseldorf. Let's be honest, many of you at home won't have made plans. You knew this was going more than the distance. And it only has for England, thanks to that man, Bukayo Saka. Has Gareth Southgate got lucky again? What happens next? You'll soon find out. England won, Switzerland won.
Whew, what football does to us, eh? Despair 1 second, elation the next, misery and merriment in equal measure. And I'm sorry to tell you there's more to come. But England is still in it, but so are Switzerland. Gee whiz.
Wow.
That's what you want, man. This is what you want. You want the game to go back and forth, to and fro. You want to be in the game, out of the game. I mean, goals we've got, we had chances. This is what football's about. We haven't seen this with the England games we've been on and we've seen in this tournament so far. I mean, I've been excited, I've been screaming, hands in my head, but obviously we go a goal down and it's a deflection, goes through Conte's legs and John Stones deflects it, but I think you have to give credit to Switzerland. It's a very good move. And Mbolo, I thought, has been impressive today, scores and finishes it off.
Just a rollercoaster of emotions, wasn't it? Up, down, like you said.
What about
I thought,
what a goal.
He's just brilliant. I mean, Saka, we mentioned him in the first half. He's just stepping up when England need him the most. Confidence. He's just everything about him. He didn't panic. Yeah.
Look at that.
I've seen it so often.
Get me in there.
For Arsenal. Wow.
Exuberance. Yeah. Gareth's made changes.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people are probably saying perhaps he should have freshened it up earlier. It's easy to say in hindsight, but I think most of you in the studio was saying it.
Yeah, well, I suppose it was forced to in the end, and the feeling was that it had gone a bit stale from our point of view for 20 minutes. Yeah. Felt like their goal might come. But I think straight away you could feel the effect of it, and I think it just, fresh energy onto the pitch. Looked like it might be Jude Bellingham for a second, and then it wasn't, which I think is the right move. But I think probably Gareth was trying to find the right players to bring off to keep some balance, but then energise it and bring on Cole Palmer, for instance, for me, just changes the whole feel of the game. There's another one, him and Phil and Jude on the pitch at the same time, gives us now a different feeling to our team.
Extra time, they've played one extra time already. It's an advantage when you're the team that's equalised, as they showed in the last round as well against Slovakia.
I think just for your confidence, isn't it? I mean, when you look at this England team, it looked like they was down and out, didn't they? And they dropped. I mentioned before, subs was going to be key. Yeah. We thought he left it too late, but it was brave, and that's what you want from Southgate. That's what you want from your managers. Make 3 changes. You bring off Trippier, Mainu, and Konsa, put on Shaw, Eze, and Palmer, and it just gives you that extra energy that they needed at the time.
Here's a stat for you: only one Englishman has scored an extra time goal in a Euros quarter-final. Any idea who that was?
You.
Frank smiling. Frank Lampard against Portugal in 2004.
That's right, Gary, that's right. Don't mention that we lost on penalties.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, well, hopefully it's not a bad
Remember the feeling.
It's very unlikely you'll score in this one, so.
True.
Well, Harry Kane, though, he's not really had a sniff in front of goal yet.
I'd like to see him get up the pitch, I'd like to see him get up the pitch a bit higher. I want to see him up around the centre halves. Yeah, he's dropping a bit, but get up against him. Let's change it up now and put yourself in the penalty area. You've got a winger in Saka who's got the beating of the fullback. Get in that penalty box, make movements to get on the end of things. He's great at that, and we're not seeing it enough.
We've also got to be aware of these are still a good team in the counter-attacking threat. We've got Eze at left wing back there, so we've got to be very careful with him as well.
OK, let's rejoin Alan Shearer and Guy Mowbray.
Thank you, Gary. We're just about good to go again. Harry Kane and Granit Xhaka have tossed the coin, and it looks as though it's going to be Switzerland with the first kick of extra time. Everybody's had a word with everybody down on the touchline. Jordan Pickford was in deep consultation with goalkeeper coach Martin Margetson. Jude Bellingham getting some special counselling from the coaching staff. Murat Yakin rounded up all his Switzerland players in a big circle and has given them every inch of detail that they need. They were here last time, 3 years ago, drawing with Spain and losing on penalties. England had it easy in the quarter-finals last time. Remember that 4-0 win against Ukraine in Rome? It never felt like it was going to be straightforward here.
Been a very even game. As we thought it would be. We thought they're a good team, Switzerland. They're very well organised and have caused England 1 or 2 problems. But England have fought back once again.
Now, who's got what it takes in the next half hour? Spain left it late and had something left against Germany. France and Portugal looked spent all round. All 3 quarter-finals so far going into extra time at this European Championship.
sure you said before the game to me that you thought this would.
I did, then changed my mind, then changed it back again. And now I don't know where I am. Rodriguez, Granit Xhaka. England surely have to stay positive. It's the way they ended the game.
Well, they showed a great reaction, didn't they, when they conceded? It's what you have to do, and they did that. And other than that great Fabian Schär cross in the last minute there, certainly when Switzerland scored, England reacted and were the better team.
Very nice Swiss passing. That's a lovely ball from Arbischer. And Pickford watches it over. It was a bit of a miscue in truth from Schär. Is that Toblerone passing again?
Just tried to catch it on the half volley, didn't he? Had to try and whip it across or guide it across that 6-yard box. It's a good job he didn't, because England win trouble. Switzerland committed 2 or 3 in there.
Pickford's launch. Xhaka holds off Kane. Stones is trying to do the same to Embolo. Who's holding who? Stones is holding Embolo. The ref is happy for advantage to take place. It's not really developed into much of one for Switzerland.
He's done well in leading the line and being their target man today. He has, as well as his goal. Brought players into the game when he's had to. He's been a real handful for the defenders back there.
He's been around on the scene at various clubs for a while now as Breel Embolo. It's a top-level European experience. Arbischer loses out to Foden, who takes a tumble afterwards. Shaw has hobbled back to being vertical again, but it's a struggle for Phil Foden. Bellingham. Palmer. Walker. Declan Rice. Eza frozen out on that left touchline.
Patience is the key, isn't it? No need to panic, no need to go for it. You've still got time. Try and draw them on, although that's going to be very difficult because they are well organised.
Here's Stones. Eza calling for it. Palmer is the man on the way to him. Palmer's on his way. Shaw. Bellingham. Cole Palmer in the pocket. There's it. Rodriguez header goes straight to Declan Rice, who lines it up. Tipped around the post by Sommer.
Opened up really perfectly for him, didn't it? We're thinking, go on, have a pop, have a shot. That's exactly what he did, and that's a wonderful save. He just guides it around the corner. That was travelling in.
Jan Sommer has just kept Switzerland going.
The problem they've got now, Switzerland, they've got Palmer to deal with, Foden, Bellingham, all guys who are wonderful at receiving the ball with a back to play.
Eza will take the corner. Rice is on the move near, it's well over him. Saka. Foden. Cole Palmer. Trying to take on Vidma. Vidma had help from Freuler. It is an England throw, though, and there's just that extra little bit of urgency from Gareth Southgate's players. Palmer. Seeing plenty of the ball. Foden.
Got to keep on giving him it. Keep on getting it to him. Keep feeding it.
Switzerland are going to make another change shortly. Former Chelsea lone player Denis Zakaria, who's going to come on to try and shore up their midfield. Here's the current Chelsea star, Cole Palmer. And the ref feels that that tumble was all of his own accord. Problem potentially here for Walker. Oh, it is. Oh, didn't get nearly enough of that as he wanted. Forced Pickford into that emergency action.
Oh, missed a beat then.
Palmer. He's missed the pass. Xhaka to Mbolo. Rodriguez. Zuba. Saka's given it straight to Rodriguez. And Kane's tackle. Rodriguez has caught him. I do think that was accidental.
I think the refs gave a free kick, you know, was he? He did blow his whistle. Yeah. It should be.
He just didn't know Kane's boot was there. Kane too quick for him. Good for England, because it would have been a Switzerland throw to keep them on the attack. Here's the latest change. Dan Ndoye is going off. So the pace out wide makes way for a little more solidity in the middle. So that'll mean another reshuffle of the pack. Zakaria now with Monaco in the French league.
That's where he's just gone, hasn't it? He's just slotted into that position to try and shore things up a bit.
Xhaka. Bolo. You just mentioned it. What a great job he's done up top for Switzerland.
Yeah, he's done really well when he's had to. He's been the pivotal point for his team. He's brought his teammates into the game. He's backed in when he's had to, held it up. And of course, he's got his goal.
Sure. Switzerland are happy to walk. That was careless from Fabian Schär. Eze gets past Freuler. He won't walk. And now he's been tripped, has he, by... Is that Fabian Schär again? Well, he is sailing close to the wind, and the referee has just demonstrated very clearly with his hands, no more from you.
That's why they've got to keep getting him the ball, particularly down that side. They got him and Palmer and Shaw, as I said earlier. There's an energy down that side to England. Get him the ball and get at Schär, because one more and he's off.
Rice didn't seem to know where to go with that. Stones to Pickford is where it's gone next. 100 minutes have gone. 5 more to go before the turnaround. Kanji's looking at that. Timed his jump on Kane well in the end. Kane scrapping, helped out by Palmer.
Brilliant.
Here's Saka. Bellingham hanging back. Saka with a decision to make. Foden. He's gone for the shot, blocked by his clubmate Akanji. Missed by two in red. Saka. Taking on Zuba and getting it into the box. Now here's Bellingham. The shot is blocked. He has another go, and it's caught by Sommer.
You're just waiting for it to open up for him, aren't you? Whether it's the right foot or the left foot, he's had one pop and then it falls nicely to him again. Just no way around. They do really well, Switzerland, and getting the block in. Then it falls nicely to him. I'm thinking, go on. The keeper reads it really well.
Twice, Granit Xhaka. Making either a full block or getting a partial touch. He will not get out of the way. Granite wall. Here he is again. Finding Akanji as Switzerland try and push a little bit higher as a team. Widmer. Akanji.
There's no doubt it's been better from England. Certainly more energy. The pressing's been better. Have they got enough? Have they got one final push? Where's that piece of magic going to come from again that they've had to rely on in the last couple of games?
Xhaka. Zuba not allowed to complete his turn on the ball because of Saka, and he's holding on to him. England free kick. Walker's going to leave it.
And as a manager, of course, you start thinking penalties now as well, do you?
Well, you've gone. You've done the P word.
Well, you've got to think that as well because of your penalty takers, who you've got on. It was really interesting with France and taking Mbappe off.
Rice back to Pickford. Akanji, he can only direct that to Foden, and Foden had the ball on for Saka and tried instinctively just to get it Kane's way. Stones. Shaw. Bellingham. Foden. Rice to Luke Shaw. I'm going to watch the spin carefully. Bellingham. Last seconds of the first period of extra time. Luke Shaw trying to find Eberechi Eze. Fabian Schär with an easy guide back to Jan Sommer. The referee's having a word with the Swiss keeper, and that will do it for the first 15 minutes of extra time. Nothing has changed. 15 to go. England 1, Switzerland 1. Back to you, Gary. Nerves shredded here. We'll carry on, I think. We'll carry on, Alan. I don't think they can speak back there either.
You're just looking for a bit of energy, aren't you? Gareth's trying to get as much information and try and give his players as much belief as possible. to go into the last 15 minutes.
He's doing the talking down there. It's Granit Xhaka who's doing the bellowing for Switzerland, organising his team. There was a little flurry at the start of that first period of extra time. And it looked as though it was going to be one of those all-action 30 minutes, and then that just evaporated. Went back to walking pace all round, and it's interesting, Gareth Southgate picking up Cole Palmer for special attention.
Get on the ball, that's what he'll be telling him, because he's a threat, he's full of energy.
His demeanour has not changed all game.
No. His team have been excellent as well. Brought so much to this tournament. Everyone's played their role in their position really well. And for the managers and for the captains, it's trying to get as much info, as I said, and try and give those players as much belief, as much confidence. Tell them how great they are. Tell them what's at stake.
It's 15 minutes of the tournament at stake to find a way through to the semi-finals. It's either that, or it will be decided by a penalty shootout, as a meeting between these two nations has before in the Nations League. That was 5 years ago. I'll say it now and then won't later. England won that one. England won a penalty shootout. Jordan Pickford scored one and saved one. Phil Foden will kick off this second period of extra time to the backdrop of the national anthem.
Jude Bellingham's on the halfway line as well, trying to get the crowd going as well. He's got his arms up in the air, encouraging them. They're certainly playing their part.
Pickford's looking for Kane. Kane is down after a brush with Xhaka. And because he's holding his head, the referee has no other alternative but to stop the game. Head to head.
It's now, as a player, you start looking around and you're thinking, come on, do something special. We don't want to go to penalties. Who's going to produce it for us? Just someone.
Who will it be this time?
Or maybe that's just what I did.
In this situation, how do you stay focused? How do you not let your mind wander? Because ours is doing, obviously.
Stay strong, have the belief. Have the belief that someone can produce that piece of magic, that brilliance. They've got enough players on the pitch, England, that they can do that. But you have to stay strong, you have to believe someone's going to do it for you.
And all those same thoughts apply to Switzerland, who have never got past the quarter-finals of the World Cup or the European Championship. Akanji. Freuler. Two teams out there fully concentrated, but they will be feeling it. Body and mind's tiring. Rodriguez loses the ball. There's only Kane up there to chase it. Akanji. Zuba's made a useful run in between defenders. Here he is, stayed on side too. And he evades Walker with the cross at the back. It's Vidma jumping with Eza, who did enough. More than enough.
More than enough. Did very well.
Kane kept it in and has gone clattering into Gareth Southgate and onto the floor.
Could have been nasty, you know.
That really could, it might be.
Doing his utmost to keep the ball in there, and he's just had a little shove, hasn't he? Down into the boxes.
Kanji getting across in front of him, and he lost his footing. He nearly came a cropper as well. Gareth Southgate was trying to keep his captain upright. And whilst he gets back to his feet after a little bit of treatment, Switzerland are going to make a change, and England are going to make a change. I wonder if it is Kane, because Ivan Toney's got up ready to come on. And Bolo is off, and Switzerland have one of their favourite talismen on the field. It is Xherdan Shaqiri to a great roar. And for England, it is Ivan Toney replacing Harry Kane.
Yeah, he was running on empty, Harry, wasn't he? It was just a matter of whether he could have got through it to try and, if it is going to go through, to keep him on for the penalties. But in one penalty taker off, he's brought another one on. And someone who can give us something different. Someone, if we can get wide on the one occasion to get a ball in.
Xhaka caught napping. Cole Palmer finds Foden. Eze. Palmer. Rodriguez away. Stones will try and put it back. Shaw first.
Well, Palmer tried to put it in as well as Foden tried to put it in as well. And see exactly what they tried to do.
Shaw has to go back to Pickford. And the Switzerland change is undoubtedly thinking forward towards penalties as well. Shaqiri, when he's on the field, is their man on the spot. Eze. 10 minutes until we get to that sort of drama, tension, agony.
Pain, hurt, joy.
Shaw.
Someone will get a chance somewhere. Just got to hope that's England. Hope they have that belief and that quality.
Declan Rice. Eze. Shaw is with him. Ricochets nicely for Xhaka to pass it out to Shaqiri. Shaqiri has left Bellingham on the floor, and Switzerland have a break. It's Zuber. Walker will get there though. Palmer. Bellingham still out. Saka. England play around him. Saka to Palmer. Palmer trying to slalom into the box. And now as Bellingham gets back to his feet, Switzerland try and drive again.
Shaqiri did us a favour, because that ball, it was a poor ball into Zuber. If that had been in front of him instead of the side of them, England win trouble.
Kanji finds Vidma. Freuler. Bellingham still feeling it a little bit. He looks about gone. Trying to get himself going again. Jogging back to help out those who are in retreat right now. As Switzerland come forward, here's Vidma! And it's cleared by Eze.
Oh, that was good defending, that, you know. Really, really good defending. That was a dangerous position to be in.
Rodriguez.
Switzerland are just moving England around now with their passing.
Abisha back to Rodriguez. Too high for Vidma, but there's a chance behind. It was Fabian Schär, and maybe, with all due respect to a very fine player, it was a good job it was.
It was a good job he tried to take it first time for England, because he did have time to take the touch, didn't he? I don't think there was a need for him to hit that. England would have been in more trouble, I think, if he takes a touch.
Actually, you've seen him fire those in, haven't you, for Newcastle?
Yeah, he's got a good strike on him, and he's got a good cross on him, as we've seen towards the end of 90 minutes.
Bellingham caught inadvertently by Shaqiri. Another England change is going to happen when it can. Trent Alexander-Arnold has been told to get ready.
Another penalty taker.
It would seem that way. Shaw. Saka gets the throw in. Ticking around to 6 minutes to play.
Tired bodies, tired minds. One bit of, wring every bit of energy out of yourself. You've got to push yourself just that little bit harder.
Phil Foden is the player who makes way for Trent Alexander-Arnold. This is now a slog.
Saka will come over to the left side and Trent will go to the right. He's played some positions, Saka, by the way, hasn't he? Right, midfield, wing back, left midfield. He's been everywhere.
And he was in just the right place when England needed him to be. Luke Shaw. Stones. Shaw. Spain showed last night all it might take is one ball into the penalty area.
One quality ball, that's what you need, and the finish to go with it. And if anyone can do it, that guy on the right, and Trent, he can do it.
Here he is in the middle now. Bellingham. Shaqiri takes it up for Switzerland. And Zuber on the run in front of him. Zuber plays it across, and Pickford will have to come. He's changed his mind. Vidma forced wider than he wanted to be, and it is going to be a corner. Saka makes sure of that. It could have been a lot worse.
Well, first of all, it was a wonderful ball from Shaqiri down their left-hand side, and then Zuber plays that ball in there, and Pickford's in two minds. They've just got no one in the box. They've got no options. He panicked a bit, didn't he, Pickford? He didn't know whether to come or stick where he was.
Shaqiri will take the corner. Switzerland are going to put Vincent Sierro on for the last few seconds. Shaqiri, it's whipping in. Oh, it's off the post! Goodness me! That would have been some way to win a quarter-final.
Cheeky, clever, arrogant, whatever you want. But what an effort that was for him. Nearly fooled everyone.
Ez has run out of room. Oh, has he? No, it didn't go out. Shaqiri. Luke Shaw with the challenge. Gareth Southgate can't believe it, but that will be a foul and a free kick for Switzerland.
Goodness me. It's exactly what he's trying to do, you know, with a whip in the bend on that. He very, very nearly catches Pickford out. Oof.
Little nod of respect with a wink from the England goalkeeper to the former Liverpool and Stoke man. Off goes Michel Abisha. Two Switzerland changes. Remo Freuler is leaving the action before the drama of a shootout, if that's what we're going to get as well. And on comes Burnley's Zeki Amdouni, as well as Vincent Sierro, who is already on the field. Here's Xhaka. Palmer. Sierro. Leaves it for Xhaka to try and prompt maybe one last Switzerland sortie. Amdouni! Pickford's parry. Zuba. England hanging on. Another one into the box. Vidma stretches. And England are being stretched and pulled along with our nerves.
Well, they're under huge pressure, England. They've got to stay firm. They've got to be calm. Easier said than done, because the Switzerland side are putting some wonderful balls into the box, and Shaqiri's playing his part in that. He's just added that little bit of quality in the final third, when there's tired bodies and minds around. Good strike from Amdouni.
120th minute. We're halfway through it. There will be at least one more for the changes that have been made. It's Tony trying to help it on. Xhaka. Stones has to be really watchful here. Safely back to keeper Jordan Pickford. Another one won by Xhaka. Declan Rice gets it out to Trent Alexander-Arnold. Lovely flick for Palmer. Here we go, 1 minute.
What you got? Get it into the box. One last hope.
Saka. Eze. Shaw. Shaw delivers. Taken away from Tony by Amdouni. Alexander-Arnold. Walker. Walker pulls it back. Still not decisively away. Here's Saka.
It's two really good positions for England to be in, you know, one down the left and the right. Just couldn't find the right ball.
Stones. Looking for Ivan Toney to do something magical. Toney goes down. It was Zuba who was with him. And he's not going to get anything for that. And there won't be any more time for anything else to happen in extra time. The referee calls for the ball. Here we go again. England in a major tournament. And it's going to penalties.
Boy, oh boy, why do we put ourselves through this? Buckle up, everybody. Here we go again. As we know, England's record in penalty shootout is not exemplary. I'll read it out to you. They've won 2 of 9 shootouts at major tournaments and have lost 4 of 5 at the European Championship. Switzerland's record, though, isn't much better, as they've been beaten in 3 of 4 shootouts at the World Cup or Euros, including defeat to Spain in the quarterfinals 3 years ago. Well, he's got his penalty takers on the pitch, Rio, with the exception, of course, of Harry Kane. There's a lot of technicians there, a lot of great penalty takers. This is different, of course.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you look at it and you think, I'd love Harry Kane to be on there because he is a wonderful penalty taker, but the person who replaced him is one of the best in the Premier League as well, in Ivan Toney. You've got Trent, who's come on. What I like is he brought them on earlier than he did at the last Euros. He brought them on.
His lesson.
Yeah, got people some minutes, got people some touches to get into it. So hopefully they're ready and warm and go up there and capable of actually dispatching these pressurised penalties.
We've been there, Frank. It's it's a case of score.
Yeah, it's not a nice place. You know, I don't miss this. This is this is tense.
I think it's worse watching, though.
Yeah, it's not great watching at all, but when you're the man on that lonely walk, you know, I remember it well, and you feel for all your teammates because you've got this far and the jeopardy. Even if you take them regularly, like Tony does, like Saka does, like Cole Palmer does, this is a different moment.
What's going through your mind when you're having that lonely walk, Frank? Talk us through it.
Please.
Yeah, please don't miss. You know, it's you're desperate for that relief moment. Yeah, there's a nerves that you can't describe. The length of that walk, the loneliness in that huge stadium, you feel like you're just walking along on your own there. It's hard to explain, Mike. It's not nice.
You enjoyed it though, didn't you, Gary?
Yeah, I think it's marvellous. It's like a real chance to show that you've got a pair.
Surely you didn't enjoy it then. You look back and enjoy it.
I do remember though. I'm walking from the halfway line. I took the first penalty against the Germans in the semi-final of the World Cup in 1990. And I had the ball in my hands, and mostly I was thinking, what do I do with the ball? Do I like put it on the ground, dribble it? Do I carry it all the way? Do I try and juggle it, which was absolute no-no because I'm absolutely useless at that. And then all you do, you'll know, Frank, is what I do in training. What I do in training. I've practiced this penalty over and over and over and over and over again. Do not change your mind. Take your time, commit, hit it in the spot. You can miss, but you've got, you know, just get there.
It's the pressure you can't recreate. That's the difference, isn't it? The pressure, the enormity of this occasion.
You took many, Rio.
I took a couple. I took one in the Community Shield, dispatched it perfectly, and then when the pressure was on in a semi-final FA Cup, my legs felt horrendous. I could have crawled to the penalty spot. I felt that bad.
I must admit, I think watching is hard, though, isn't it? Pickford's obviously, you know, against Colombia, wasn't it, in the World Cup? He was a hero on that day. Let's hope he was a hero again. I remember Sommer saving, wasn't it, 4 years ago from Kylian Mbappe in the last 16. That was the one penalty shootout that they'd won. So, you know, 2 penalties with pretty good records.
We're all confident, aren't we?
Yeah.
I'm super confident. I think we win. Yeah. I'm confident. I think he's going to be the hero.
England do have a great list of penalty takers, beyond just 5, by the way, should it go beyond that. But well, here we go.
Going up first.
Here we go.
My boy.
A young man that, 10 out of 10 this season?
Yeah.
Ice cold Palmer, he'll have to be on this particular moment. Back to you, Guy and Alan.
Thank you, Gary. And somebody on the organising committee has a wicked sense of humour. As the players gathered to receive their instructions, the PA started booming out the Queen hit, Under Pressure. And every one of these takers now is just that. Great cheer went up from the England fans when it was made clear that the penalties would be taken at this end of the ground, their end. And Cole Palmer goes first and scores!
How cool, how confident. You send him up first for a reason, to get you off to a good start.
He didn't hang around. And it's Palmer's former Manchester City colleague, Manuel Akanji. So if England went with youth, Switzerland are going with experience.
Pickford trying to play games. He doesn't have to hurry up. Slow as you want.
Akanji scored against France in the round of 16 3 years ago in the penalty shootout they won. He then had his efforts saved against Spain in the quarter-final. Akanji focused. Saved by Jordan Pickford! The penalty lacked the power, and Pickford read it right.
What a save. He guesses right. He takes his time, you know, coming up to get on his line, and he walks up to the ball to try and put him off as much as he can. And then he dives to his left. He guesses right. Big, strong hand. Good save.
One 22-year-old has scored. Over to the 21-year-old Jude Bellingham. The player with the bigger and bigger reputation with every week of his life. The player who seemingly loves the pressure. And Bellingham is up to it. Who else?
Another one. Cool as you like. No problem. Pressure? No chance. Make it look so easy. Let me tell you, it is not.
Sommer left on the floor. Fabian Schär. Fellow defender Akanji saw his effort saved. Schär with the same record as the player who missed the last one at Euro 2020. Scored against France, saved against Spain. Scores against Pickford, and it's 2-1 after 2.
Yeah, it's one where he had to score, particularly with a one. His teammate Akanji missing. You've got to put the next one in, which he did.
Jordan Pickford doing everything that he can to try and get in the taker's head.
Stick with what you've practiced. Have your belief.
Slow, determined walk from Bukayo Saka, who has been a regular penalty scorer for Arsenal. And he wouldn't be human had his mind not flashed back to the final at Wembley 3 years ago, just even for a fleeting moment there. Bukayo Saka. Saka scores. Shades of Stuart Pearce in another Euro Championships quarter-final in 1996.
Side netting as well, I think, wasn't it? Took an extra 2 or 3 seconds just to compose himself. Side netting.
Xherdan Shaqiri. Well, only Granit Xhaka has made more international appearances than the former Liverpool and Stoke man, now in the MLS. Here he comes, and Shaqiri scores. He knows how to take a penalty.
It's got to be perfect when the keeper goes the right way, and that one certainly was. He also finds the side netting.
Ivan Toney has got a huge reputation from putting the ball in the net from this spot. Brought on partly with this job to do. Ivan Toney for England to put them a kick away. And Toney scores! And every penalty that England have taken so far has been a peach.
Perfect. With that style of his. No problem again, you can see him staring the goalkeeper down. What a penalty.
How do you do that? How do you not even look at the ball in this situation?
Don't ask me. I had my style, it wasn't that one. It works, it doesn't matter, I don't care. Just find the back of the net.
Here comes Zeki Amdouni, a player who experienced relegation from the Premier League with Burnley last season. Couldn't keep them up. Can he keep Switzerland in? He has to score. And he has. Pickford gambled left. Amdouni rolls it home.
I think he goes straight down the middle, doesn't he? Huge pressure, knowing that he has to find the back of the net to keep his team alive.
And now there's a transfer of that pressure. Trent Alexander-Arnold stands as the man who could kick England into the semi-final of Euro 2024. Here we go. Trent takes the net off. England go through. Another penalty shootout is won at a major tournament. In Russia, it was the World Cup jinx that was put to one side. Now the Euro's put to bed.
Palmer, Bellingham, Saka, Tony, Trent, pressure. What pressure? Pressure is for tyres. It's a different generation. They don't feel it. How confident were they? They had the belief. They somehow found the energy to get themselves into the semi-final.
Why must it be always the hardest of ways watching England? It's not hard now. Enjoy your evening, everyone. There will be a semi-final in Dortmund on Wednesday for England, and then who knows what lays beyond. England's young lions from the spot. England go through.
Beautiful, just beautiful. Perfection, nerveless magnificence. Boy, did those boys stand tall. In the moment of need, they just stood up to be counted, and they just showed no nerves.
They were it was wonderful to watch today. We've been crying out as a nation, as pundits, as in the media, the fans, for a performance that we can be proud of and we can look at and go, do you know what? That's our boys, that's our team. Today, it wasn't perfect, but it was such an improvement. And then, like you say, nerves of steel when it mattered. Gets down to penalties, and I've got to be honest, I had no doubts in my mind because the penalty takers technically were perfect. They looked like a bunch that just had supreme confidence when you looked into each and every one of them when they're walking up to the penalties, and they dispatched. Magnificent. Man, I can't wait to go out. I can't wait to go out and celebrate this, man.
We saw what happened with Saka in the last Euros.
Yeah.
Missing in the big moment.
Redemption.
How would he react? And today, Rio says it, redemption. But not just that. It wasn't just the penalties, it's the way they played. There was brave. They went a lot higher. There was rotations. There was a formation and the structure that we've been crying out for. All the things we asked for, they delivered today. Yes, it wasn't perfect, like Rio said, but it's something to build on. And into the semi-finals, all them players fully deserve it after today's poll.
Lovely scenes there, particularly from his teammates at Manchester City, with Akanji there, obviously missed the penalty. Great sportsmanship from the England players, nice to see.
Rightly so. Akanji's had a great tournament, just to give him a shout out as well. He's a fantastic player, but there has to be a person, and you know what? Gareth shot there. I think he got to deserve a lot of credit, because this, as much as he knows the pressure comes with this job, he's taking some serious pressure, and he's made a couple of calls there, change of system. Saka playing on the right, Foden played on the right 10, might have played on the left 10. A lot of decisions in game, subs works in the game, and I think they all. And we spoke before the game, would Slovakia be at the moment? I'm not sure it was, because the performance wasn't there. With this, there's a lot to go on here, especially that feeling they've got right now.
You've also got to give Gareth Southgate enormous credit for the penalties, because there's no doubt there's a lot of work gone into that. You know, people say it's a bit hit and miss, it's a lottery, but they've clearly trained. Well, they knew what they were doing, they knew where they were going to hit it, and there was confidence in those players.
Well, if you look at the players that took them, Cole Palmer stepped up, perfect. We've seen him do it week in, week out for Chelsea. Then Bellingham, you know, the confidence the lad had, you know he was going to step up. Saka, who I've just spoken about. Tony, brilliant. We've seen him do it for Brentford on a weekly basis, and then Trent comes onto the pitch and he delivers.
Do you know what as well? What you can take from this as well? You've got players that are quite squad players, like the Tonys, like the Palmers, like the Trent Alexander-Arnolds, now feel a real part of this team. They've taken part in a penalty shootout, dispatched their penalties, and now you've got another 3 players now really feeling part, because you know what it's like as a squad. Sometimes you feel on the edge of it, and look at those pictures there. Look at the disappointment. we've been there, man. It's not a nice place to be, and it's a long time to forget. You don't never forget this feeling.
Yeah. Saved by Jordan Pickford. The first penalty is so key as well, isn't it? If he can get off to a good start.
Yeah, because that's what settles down the takers after that, when you get that feeling that your nose is in front. Good save. Obviously, it wasn't the best penalty, but you make the save. Jordan was up to a few little antics. Good. Got to try and get every little detail you can to put off the takers, and he makes the save. And then the rest was exemplary from us in how we took them.
Let's get a word from inside the stadium with Alan Shearer. We've heard a lot of him tonight, but Alan, you've been involved in a couple of penalty shootouts yourself. You scored both yours, but you know what victory feels like. You know what defeat feels like. Describe your emotions and the emotions that the team will be going through right now.
Oh, the emotions the team will be going through, they'll be absolutely ecstatic, and so they should, because they have put an incredible shift in. A big shout out to the manager, you know, because he's missed a penalty, he knows what it's feel like. He's also knows on the other side in terms of a manager. So his preparation, you could see, was absolutely key. The players he's brought on in Trent and in Ivan Toney to take penalties, they were just perfect. I mean, we've been there, we've all been there. We know how pressurised that situation is. They made it look so easy. And when Pickford, he had to play the little games, got us off to a good start. And then the players who took the penalty did the rest. Goodness me, what an atmosphere. Well done, the players. Great credit they deserve. We've been wanting a performance. They can still do better, they can still do more, but they're through. That's the most important thing.
It was, Alan, and could this, I mean, obviously the Bellingham goal made all the difference in the last game, and he stood up again in the penalty shootout, knocked his in, but there's something maybe within this team. It's not always about performing brilliantly, isn't it? It's having that winning mentality.
Well, it's about big moments, and that was a huge moment when he put that overhead kick in. That was only our only shot on target. We needed another huge moment tonight. We got that from another superstar in Saka, the way he just curled it, caressed it into the corner. You could see what he was aiming to do and trying to do. He's done it so many times, and he's come to England's rescue again tonight. So big players produce in big moments, and they've done that again tonight. And you know, that spark in the previous game, we've seen improvement tonight. We're going to have to improve again, but they can.
Give us a sense, Alan, of the noise and the feeling amongst the England supporters in that stadium.
Well, we've just seen all the players dancing in front of the fans. The fans have been going absolutely berserk, and so they should do. They're all enjoying it. It's all good fun, and the players are still down on the pitch down there enjoying themselves. Long may it continue into the night.
And I hope you join them, Alan. We look forward to seeing you when you come back to Berlin. Thank you very much. We can hear from one of the heroes. Trent Alexander-Arnold is with Kelly.
Trent, huge congratulations. England are into the semi-final. How does that sound?
Incredible. You know, these are the goals and aims that we set for ourselves. Difficult opponents, again, going behind. The team showed a lot of character, a lot of belief, a lot of heart and spirit out there. Dug deep when it mattered most, and obviously get the win in a penalty shootout. We knew it was going to be tight. We knew, you know, we were never going to run away with the game, although that would have been nice. But you know, whatever it takes, no matter what, we win, and that's all that matters to us.
Talk me through the emotion when you stepped up to take that penalty, and also when you saw it go in and knowing what it meant.
So, you know, it's what we practice. A lot of practice goes into that moment, the moments that I enjoy. So, you know, when the gaffer tells me I'm taking one, there's no, you know, my belly doesn't drop. I enjoy it, I practice it. I knew what spot, I knew I just need to execute it. And when I did that, of course, all 5 penalties from us were great. Pickers with an amazing save to start the shootout gives you that confidence. But, you know, we practice for these. You see, every game so far has gone to extra time in the quarterfinals. So, you know, the tight margins, you know, the finest of margins today, but we've been able to win.
Go and enjoy it. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I can't tell you how pleased I am for Trent Alexander-Arnold. He's had a slightly tough time out here. There's no question about that, putting midfield in that experiment that didn't quite work because the team weren't cohesive. I think he'd have been fine in the way they're playing now. But to step up, come on as sub late on, to step up, to have the penalty to win the game. He's only been on the pitch for 6 minutes. The guy's a technician. He's a wonderful footballer.
Well, it just shows his mentality as well. You know, when you're not news, going a midfield role, I think it was difficult because in the earlier games, England England were playing a little bit deeper, which wouldn't suit him. In this system, he would have been perfect. Obviously, Saka played on the right. Trippier played on the left-hand side. But to have that courage in the moment, to step up for your country, I mean, yeah, he just shows the character of the player.
Yeah. Tell you what, do you fancy a look at the penalties?
Of course we do.
It's not often we get the chance to enjoy them, is it? Cole Palmer. I mean, he's called Ice Cole Palmer for a reason.
He's a kid, man. I always say this about him. It feels like he approaches this like he's going to goals in his local area. He's just ice cool.
Yeah. Pickford's moment there, Kanji, not the best penalty, obviously, but never is if the keeper goes the right way and you don't knock it right in the corner.
Great save.
Bellingham, never in doubt, was it?
No, well, no. Great technique, great calmness. As we said, I think it helps going off the back of a miss. Maybe it helps at the moment that he's in of what he did in the last game.
They were good penalties, by the way.
After this, they really were.
Calm penalties.
Yeah. Bukayo Saka, redemption.
This was the one I was pleased for, because what he had to go through after missing the last
moment in many ways,
that redemption and the cojones to go up there and take that is phenomenal for one so young.
Shakiru's, that's a great penalty, wasn't it?
Great technique,
going the right way.
Right in the corner, perfect left foot strike.
Next up, Ivan Toney. I mean, how can you not look at the ball? It doesn't look at the... Look.
No, that is
one
mad.
Step as well.
I need to chat to him about that. That's mad. That is mad.
And Dooney, I mean, I must say,
that was nice.
For a youngster, just to have the calmness to just stroke it straight down the middle is brave.
It shows you, doesn't it, the change in modern day of technique now, how these players are taking them. Stopping, starting, go, this one's, that's more.
That's like you, Frank, that's what you would be doing.
That was my favourite, to be fair, the whip.
Let's get in. Have it.
No. And I'm happy for Gareth as well. We're happy with Gareth. We talked about before the game about the human side of things. Another semi-final has been to
I was looking on what my WhatsApp groups were going crazy about when Switzerland made the substitutions. Everyone started getting onto Gareth, and you look on social media, everyone was hammering, he's done it too late. Even us was up here, we're going, why is he not doing this? But you have to give him credit. He's calm under these situations. He doesn't panic. He does it in his own time and when he wants. And people outside might look at it and go, you know what, he should do this. But he's getting it right, and you have to give him huge credit for that.
Yeah, let's hear from another of the penalty-taking heroes and the man, of course, that scored the all-important goal that got England to that penalty shootout. Bukayo Saka. Starboy is with Kelly.
Well, Bukayo, you've had some special nights in an England shirt, but where does tonight rank?
I'm going to put it up there. I'm going to put it up there for sure, yeah. It was special. You know, how we fought back and, you know, to go to penalties as well. Last time we took a penalty shoot at the Euros, you all know what happened. So, yeah, I'm so proud of everyone that we got over the line.
Did you feel like it was getting away? Did you feel like that was one of your last chances? You're being asked to lift your Player of the Match award up.
Sorry, say that again?
I said, did you feel like the game was slipping away? Did it feel like there wasn't going to be another chance in that match?
No, I believed. I felt like we dominated the whole game, you know, and, you know, the chance would come, and it did come, and I was the one that took it. So, yeah, I'm proud of myself as well for that.
The character from you as well. We all know what happened in the last Euros. You showed absolutely no sign of nerves stepping up.
Yeah, of course. I have faith in God, you know, to come back from something like that was really difficult, but, you know, I used it to make me stronger, and, yeah, today I took the chance, so I'm happy.
What does that tell us about the character in this group again?
Sorry?
What does this tell us about the character in this group again? Coming from behind, going all the way and still coming out on top.
I think it shows how much we want to win this tournament. You know, the last two games, you know, we've been 1-0 down in the late stages and we've came back. So, yeah, hopefully next game we can probably win in the 90 minutes. But if this is what it takes, then we'll do anything.
Another semi-final, that sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds great. I can't wait.
Well done tonight. Go and enjoy it.
Thank you. Cheers.
What a wonderful young man. I mean, he's so likeable and so brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, everything about him just comes off as being so positive, and you can't help but love him. And I think not only for his football, but his personality and his character that he's shown to come back after. When that penalty shootout came out, there's no doubt he was going to go and step up there, given what he's been through. Yeah. But I would go as far to say he's arguably the most important England player, because he's so different to everybody else. Yeah. He's the one who will run at people, beat you 1v1 and go behind. Yeah, and even today, he played a wing-back position today.
Yeah.
It was like he's a winger.
Yeah.
If you didn't know, he's just a winger.
He's such
a direct player.
Moment,
so talented.
I think it was 116th minute or something, wasn't it, in the game when he ran back when they counter-attacked, and he ended up in a left-back position, running back.
Blocked the cross.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at his goal, because that, Micah, we got excited.
We did, of course, and so we should. But I just like the way he holds his width. We talked about wing-backs for England today. They need to be high and wide, and we've seen this so much for Arsenal this season. And once he struck it there, you just know where he's going to go. It's very difficult for the goalkeeper, Sommer, because his body's in front of him. But has he got the curl? Has he got the purchase? And can he finish it off? Wonderful finish, it really was.
A bit like Robin, isn't it? You played with him, Frank.
Yeah.
You know he's going to come inside, but you can't stop him because he's so sharp and he's so decisive in that and precise in that moment.
But he can go both ways as well, which makes him even trickier.
And he mixed it up really well today. He took him down the line quite a few times, and he come inside, and there you see.
We've got some celebrations from around the country. There you go, look at that.
Imagine being amongst that.
I'm not sure I could cope with that. This is Manchester. Get in. Not as much booze flying around in Manchester.
It is, look, in the background.
We've got royal approval as well, I think. There we go. Yes. Yes.
Love that. A bit of anger there, wasn't there?
I think. And this is our embarrassing moment.
Where's the sound? Where's the sound there on you guys?
I think, to be honest, I think I dropped the F-bomb, so...
I predicted the goal coming. I said, he does this at Arsenal.
You spend the whole game doing that.
Law of averages, I'm going to get one right.
Get one.
What about the mood of everything now? England put in a good performance.
What about our party we're going to have in a minute?
Well, wow.
The world's a better place at the moment. The world's a better place. It's amazing how a game of football can lift your mood.
It just lifts your spirits, doesn't it?
When it happens for you like that.
We're fans as well. We have emotions. We want England to do well. You know, we don't want to talk negatively about them. We want to talk positive about them. How they played today was brilliant. Like we said, still room for improvement. But we're on the front foot. Everyone feels together. And that's the most important thing.
Second game in the row, England came from behind. Mbolo's goal. You know, one of those things. You play against good teams, and Switzerland are unquestionably a good side. You're going to have to defend at times, and teams will score goals against you, but they bounce back.
Yeah, we start from a good position here. There's nothing wrong in a minute, and sometimes you do. You just give credit to some decent movement from them. The ball goes through your legs. Konza, I think, spent the whole game blocking things like that. Just went through his legs. Little touch from Stones. Relatively unfortunate. It's the reaction afterwards that's the big deal for us here, because good teams will get in against you, and they get their goal.
I think it's character. I think with what we've shown in the last two games, yes, we go behind, but we don't remain on the in terms of that despondent. There's a character and there's a desire to and a belief in this team. By hook or by crook, they'll find a way, and they're finding a way every time. We feel actually we might be slipping away from us.
I think Gareth Southgate responded immediately to that, didn't he, with 3 substitutions that clearly made a difference.
Sure, and you know, I think Alan said it there, big players in big moments, and we do have big players, and to be able to use that squad and get the feeling, and a shout out for Luke Shaw and Eze as well. I think they made that side look really well balanced when they came on.
Can I just ask you from a manager's point of view, when do you know when to make them substitutions? We always talk about sometimes Gareth waits a little bit too long. Could he put substitutions on a little bit earlier, or did he just get it perfect tonight?
Well, it's always easy with hindsight. That's when you know at the end of the game when you're celebrating. But I do think that I could understand his thought process in a way today, because he's got really important players in areas where our other players on the bench could come in. So do you want to take Jude Bellingham off after the last game? Do you want to take Phil Foden off? How do you affect the balance of the team? So unfortunate, but in the end they did the job.
Yeah, they certainly did. I think it was 2 minutes after, wasn't it, that he brought the substitutions on? So he reacted very quickly, and then they scored 3 minutes later. So
and as I said, when we're dissecting it and analysing that, you have to give him huge credit for that, because he deserves it. He made the decision. We were sitting up here going, what would you do? And we was all a bit fumbling about it, what we would do. He's in the pressure cooker situation, makes a decision, and it comes off. And you've got to give him a high five.
Yeah, 5 penalties out of 5, and Harry Kane didn't take one. But we can hear from the captain. He's with Kelly.
Wow, Harry, what a night. England don't do things the easy way, do they?
No, there's a few hearts skipping a beat out there for sure. No, another tough game. I think just first of all, great resilience from the lads to go behind with only 15 minutes to go, to then turn it up again and get the goal like we did. Fantastic finish from B. He deserves that. And then, yeah, you know, penalties is penalties. It's a nerve-wracking situation, but I felt prepared. You know, obviously I weren't involved in this one. I was on the side, but I felt comfortable in the lads. We do a lot of preparation for these moments, and yeah, 5 out of 5, 1 save, some picks. That's all it takes.
5 out of 5 without the captain, the man that takes the penalties for England on the pitch. What was that like for you watching?
I know it was. It's funny. We had a penalty shootout against Switzerland before in the Nations League, and I was watching on the. That was the only other one I've been watching. So it might be a little good luck charm. But no, look, we trust in, you know, whoever's on the pitch to. I think the difference between this year and past years is we've got, you know, proven penalty takers, obviously with Ive, with Cole, B takes them for Arsenal. So, yeah, I think we had a lot more experience in that sense, and then obviously they showed it out there.
A word on Bukayo Saka there, you mentioned him. What a performance from him in the 90 minutes in extra time and then with his penalty too.
Yeah, unbelievable. To play a new position as well. I know he's played there before, but a different position to what he's used to. I know he's been eager to, you know, help the team and get on the score sheet. So to play the way he did for all 120 minutes, not just with the ball, without the ball as well. You could see at the end he was completely knackered, and then to show and step up and do what he done and score the penalty in the manner that he done, yeah, really special. So I couldn't be prouder of him and all the boys. You know, it's a big team effort, staff, team. You saw how much it means to all of us, and now, yeah, we have to come down somehow and get ready for a game in a few days.
Are you going to be fit for it?
Yeah, I'm fine. I was just tired. I had a bit of cramp there. I tripped over the water bottles, and yeah, both my calves cramped up. So the boss made a quick decision, obviously with Ive, proven penalty taker. Yeah, he come on and done the job.
Go and rest up. Well done.
Yes, thank you. Cheers.
Yep, Harry Kane tripped over the water bottles, bit of cramp, and not surprised.
Yeah, I asked you before the game. How would he fare in this sort of system? How do you think he did tonight from a striker's point of view?
I think he was much higher most of the game, which I think was the most important thing. Now, you don't always contribute massively in the game of football as a striker, particularly when you're kind of occupying 3 defenders for a lot of the time. But I think most of the time he stayed high. But I think he was massively helped by the fact that England played high, much higher than they played in the previous games. The 2 wing-backs, we were worried before the game how important it was for the wing-backs to get high. I thought he was involved in a lot of duels, occupied Akanji and Shah. And if you can play high as a centre forward, that leaves more space behind you for your midfield. And when you've got a box midfield like England have, rotating around and great movement, that helps. You don't want to make that more crowded. So I thought Harry, even though people have said, well, we didn't really have a shot at goal, he didn't really have many chances. That happens sometimes, a striker, but he played his part in a team victory.
I just like the way that the two 10s played today. They give us a lot more balance, give us a lot more fluidity in the team. The rotations in that midfield with Kobbie Mainoo, Foden, Jude Bellingham, I think that was a real critical part of this team. And like we said, it could have been a back 5. It wasn't. It was a back 3 with the 2 wing backs really high and really dictated a lot of the game today.
I think that was the most important factor of our performance.
But the next question is, how can we move it forward now? We've seen a better performance, obviously, today.
Did they stick with the system?
I think it suited them. It suited them very well today. The Swiss side are a good side. I bigged them up before the game. They couldn't get going like the level I expected to them. But we have to just play the ball quicker in them number 10 areas. So they're getting on the ball, they're doing all the right things. Now is how can we move forward just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I think we stick with the system because I think the comfort that we felt in the game, but there will be different challenges. Whoever the opponent is will bring a different challenge to the game. It could possibly be back 4 if it's Holland, might be a back 5 too, we don't know. But I think you have to stick, when you see that confidence, that breeds confidence. They were really positive with it. That was a big difference. It wasn't a negative move, it's really positive.
OK, a word from Jude Bellingham. He's with Kelly.
Jude, wow, what an evening. Try and sum that up for us if you can.
So difficult, but I think it's a lot of things. I think it's probably, all in all, probably our best performance of the tournament. I felt we had a lot of control, and even the moments where, you know, a good side like Switzerland kind of took over, we were still quite comfortable defensively. So, you know, still just slightly lacking those big chances. Probably didn't create enough of them, but we definitely had a lot of dangerous attacks, a lot of nice play. Very proud of the boys, and then I think the things that you can't measure and you can't always see is character, mentality, and we showed that again in the penalty shootout. Subs coming on, only had maybe 10 kicks of the ball and take a penalty with that much pressure with the whole country expecting. It's a special thing, and it's a special bunch of players, and that's why that changing room.
I was going to say, you stood up to take the penalty. You were never going to miss, were you?
Oh, don't say that. I do the practice like all the other lads, and I have my process, and I rely on the practice, like I said, that I do. And sometimes it's you can step up and miss penalties. It can happen, but I always think there's a comfort when you're following a process that you kind of have come to terms with, and all the lads did that. I didn't see one person change or falter their run up or the way they breathed in, things like that. So yeah, really impressive that they can keep that cool in that situation.
You're one game away from a final, 2 games of course away from potentially lifting the trophy. There's been a lot said about this group, but how pleased are you with where you are now?
Really pleased, again, like I said, for the last game, these moments are even more special, or only special if you go on to win the next game and hopefully win the tournament. It's moments like these that you look back on if things go well in 2 weeks' time that make it even more worth it. The kind of last minutes there when we go 1-0 down, coming back into the game, throwing everything at it. It all becomes worth it if we can back it up, and that's what we have to do in a few days.
Go and rest because you look pretty tired.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers. Have a good night.
A little reminder, he's only 21. Here we go, route to the final. England are in the semi-finals. They will, of course, play either Netherlands or Turkey, who are, well, playing now, probably. And you can hear a lot of the fans actually behind us in the fan park. It's amazing with the Turkey and Netherlands fans behind us here. But let's see some more celebrations on the point where England actually won the game. The final whistle. There you have it. Quite similar to the other ones. Everyone going crazy.
Wow, box park.
Brilliant.
Yeah, Manchester. Yeah.
These are good when you can slow it down and just look at individuals.
Yeah. Come on. See, we're all the same. We're all the same. Fantastic stuff. There were a couple of high... Oh, that's us. There's Tom, the stats man, just giving me a stat there. Just thank you.
He was telling you Trent scored the winner.
He was giving me all the penalty stats. Here we can hear from Gareth Southgate.
Well, Gareth, another memorable night, but I've just said to some of the other players, England don't do things the easy way, do they?
Well, history tells us that, but I just thought the players were brilliant. It's the best we've played. I thought we caused them a lot of problems with the ball. They're a really good side. They're hard to press. They're hard to defend against. Their movement's good. To come from behind again and show the character and the resilience that we did. We talked to the players about that. Winning tournaments isn't just about playing well. I thought we did play well today, but it's not just about that. You've got to show all those other attributes as well to win, and we showed them all tonight.
We could go through all of the penalty takers, but in particular a word for Bukayo Saka. Given the fact that he'd already scored the goal to keep you in it and what he went through at the last Euros, that showed real character, didn't it?
So brave. Look, he's one of our best, so we were never in any question that he was going to take one, but we all know what he went through, and to deliver as he did. But, not just him, Trent and Ivan to come on and take them as they did. Cole, he's like an old man, isn't he? The way he just, fearless. So, yeah, huge performance, huge result for us, and we're still in here.
There's been a lot said about this group, about yourself and everything so far, but have we seen that character can get you a long way in a tournament as well?
Yes, and but we played well today as well, so and we had to be tactically spot on. I think people think I don't know what people think we are, but we're in a third semi-final, so it says a lot about the whole group.
How did you feel that the formation change went and how it affected the performance overall? Because as you've said, potentially England's best performance so far.
Yeah, well, we knew we needed to get pressure on their back three, and that's not easy without changing the shape. And I thought the players were disciplined with it. There are times where you can't go and press their goalkeeper. They're so good. They want you to come and open up space, and a couple of times when we did that, they got in behind us. So we had to be a little bit disciplined, but we turned balls over, and then we caused them a problem with our shape with the ball, and I thought Phil was a real problem for them to pick up. Cobby, Jude were finding those gaps to the side of their block. So, I thought we had good control. Probably some of the balls in the box, we needed more men in the box. But look, I thought it's the best we played.
Well done tonight, Gareth. Another semi-final.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we all agree that that's the best England played. Look at the emotional scenes there between coach and assistant coach. Steve Holland there, obviously, with Gareth Southgate. You can imagine how much it means to those two people, let alone us watching.
I'm just so happy for him personally. And we talked about the game, the human element of it. He mentioned there in his interview about tactics, and I think he got his tactics spot on. He's been accused of being too defensive.
Imaginative tactics in this game.
Yes, I like the fact he was bold with his substitutions, made free after the goal. He got us higher up the pitch, and I think we need to give him credit for that, because there's a lot of people, when the team came out, we're talking about Trippier on the left-hand side, Saka on the right-hand side. Would they sit deep? No, they didn't sit deep. They was brave, and that's what you want. I mentioned about control and confidence, and that's exactly what they had today.
Yeah.
I think we can talk about the tactics and all those things as well. But I think as important, if not more, he's created a really solid environment. And we know what it's been like at England camps when we were at tournaments. It has been quite a weak environment, quite a fractured environment at times. Yeah. And when we got into times of duress, we didn't know where to look. These guys look at each other and find strength. Yeah, and he's created that with his backroom staff. And I think he has to take big credit for that as well. And now this team are used to going deep into tournament football. 3 semi-finals in the last tournament.
3 semi-finals in the last 4. Will that experience help them going ahead?
Yeah, it will. Absolutely, absolutely. For a young group with some young newcomers, but then you look through the spine of the team, people like John Stones, Declan Rice, I thought was really good tonight, really immense in there. As we expect Dec, you know what he is, a bit of a leader. Harry, as you say, Harry, but a quiet night tonight, but he's been there, he's the man that will get you goals. So I think there's a really nice balance about the squad, and they're in a really good place off the back of that.
We talked about, obviously, defensive side of things as well, with Gahey, and I thought the performance from Konza was outstanding. We didn't have enough time to maybe do the clips and all that, because we were on the emotion of the game. But to step in a big moment, it just showed his character as well, that no matter who plays, we have a substitution, they're all ready, and that is key.
And you look at the squad and the players that came on the pitch. Eze, Palmer, look seamless. Shaw, by the way,
so relaxed and composed on the ball.
And Shaw give us the balance again. You looked at the team and the balance of the side on when the ball comes to him, getting the ball straight out there.
Do you think Shaw will start now, or does he give him perhaps a bit longer next time, half an hour?
It's all down to fitness.
Yeah, fitness.
Because I think if he's fit, he starts because of what he gives you in balance. And he's his man. Gareth, has had him in his squad.
He'll look him in the eye and ask him, and be honest with me, and tell me, are you fit enough? And if he gives him the right answer, I think he
looked pretty good when he came on, didn't he?
Well, you're a manager, Frank. What would you do?
If he's fit, I'd play him.
You would play him? Just for the balance of the team?
The balance of the left wing back, I'd play him.
Yeah, even though Trippier worked hard and he played high, but he's not a natural left back, is he?
No.
Yeah. No. England will face Netherlands or Turkey. There's a lot of excitement behind us. We can hear that. You're taking that start of the tournament. Don't want to get ahead of yourself ever, because obviously Turkey have been brilliant in this tournament, and Netherlands found their form in the last game.
Well, I'm known to get carried away, and I'm going to try not to and remain kind of just calm. But listen, I'm looking at the team now, and we're in tournament football. It's like we've been asking for better performance. We're doing the right thing, not the right, but we're moving in that direction where we're improving, and you're seeing an improvement every game now. So hopefully we're finding form at the right time. I'm going to that semi-final. I can't wait to get in there and get amongst it, man. It's going to be
growing
great.
into the tournament.
That's what you need. We've talked with Jose Font about his way to the final, his pathway. And they drew a few games. They had to win penalty shootouts, and they ended up winning it. I'm just glad that England have found their form at the right time.
Get excited, please, man. Get excited.
It's belief. The players are the ones that need it, and they've got belief off the back of that to continue with that, take that into the next game.
That makes all the difference. Gentlemen, that was fun. Thank you, Micah. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Rio. Well, that penalty from Trent, it's heaven sent. England are into the semi-finals. Goodbye from all of us here.
Welcome to the Dusseldorf Arena, down by the banks of the mighty River Rhine, and where England will hope to finally find a little bit of flow to their game. Saka's ball in. England on it. Cher challenges Kane. And it is very even out there, but is it better from England? Slightly.
Trying to beat Abisha. Mainu. The word must go out to the magnificent English support. Doyen, and Doyen gets it across, and Switzerland score!
He changes, though, hopefully we can do something.
Saka having a goal!
When your country needs you most, you've got to produce something special.
And it's going to penalties. Saved by Jordan Pitt!